Are we on? No, we're not on yet. Oh, there we go.
Yep, live now. Mouse. On YouTube. There we go.
All right. I don't have any messages in Restream yet. It says we have 3 of 3 on though.
Switch. There's Twitch. There's YouTube.
Oh, there's YouTube. There's Twitch. Okay. Oh, what about Facebook?
I'm getting there. I don't know that I actually. Oh, is this?
Hello, kind and gentle folk. How are we doing this week? Sorry, I accidentally left my camera at home. So we are. You're lucky. You're blessed with the fact that you don't have to stare at me today. So there seems to be a theme going on in the streams, which is love. So I am going to proceed to work on a Cupid, but I have a little, my twist of Cupid. Because it's also President's Week. I said that we lost 8 people. Wow, it's a hard crowd out there, man. Hard crowd. Hello. All right. So yes, we are going to be working on a wee bit of a Cupid here. Kind of looks floaty, huh? We're working on a floaty pose. Hey Eric, how's it going? So since today is the there is a theme for this month's streams, a lot of streamers are going to be doing a love themed little thing. I figured I would do mine, but mine's going to also be slightly President's Day, so we're going to have a specific just for those of you early, I'll give you a preview. Ooh, can anyone guess where we're heading with this? Yes, I'm going to do an Abraham Lincoln Cupid because, well, what says love more than Abraham Lincoln and Cupids, right? Oops. How's everyone doing out there? Did everyone have a good week? Everyone staying safe?
Oh, I'm not muted. You can hear me typing away over here.
I can't hear you typing away.
Whoops.
That's okay. It keeps it from being super quiet. Right. Right. Kind of floaty. So now we're going to come down. I know, Eric, aren't you proud of me? I'm using, oh, he left. I was going to say, Eric should be proud of me because I'm using, what are these things called?
ZSphere. You don't even know what it's called. That's how much you use them.
I don't use them. Well, they used to produce absolutely garbage meshes, and you couldn't remesh, right? So I never got in the habit of using them because the meshes were useless to me. But that's not quite true anymore.
Not true.
Not true. Sorry, just can't help. Can't help myself. Looking a little lofty there. Okay, let's duplicate that. And we are going to come down, and I always get this wrong. It is adaptive skin. We are going to preview our adaptive skin. Well, look at that. Such a lovely adaptive skin. A thing of beauty. All right. Turn preview off. Make adaptive skin. Now, guys, I don't know if you all do this, but this is something that I do all the time. And that is, I will click make adaptive skin, and then I'll look here and I'm going, that's not an adaptive skin. That's my ZSpheres. Adaptive skin actually kicks itself out and makes a new skin out here. I never remember that. So I usually fill this up with like 15 adaptive skins, pushing the button going, why aren't you making an adaptive skin? It did. It did make an adaptive skin. You just have to remember that it did. I'm going to take SK clay fill in my little holes. Add a little weight. This little Cupid guy got some really short thighs, but that's okay. Is that baby Jesus? No, it's baby Lincoln. Can't you tell? Ooh. So far, so good. We're on the little stream. They decided that we're going to have a theme. So this week we won't do crits. We'll do crits next week. It's just, I guess, we've now started doing. I think it started at Halloween when we all did pumpkins, and now people on the streamers wanted to continue to do themed months. So I will participate. Sorry, I forgot my webcam at home. I don't know if it makes a difference to anybody that they don't have to look at me, but yeah.
You know, when you first told me you forgot your webcam, I thought to myself, nice.
Right?
But I'm missing something. It's, you know, it definitely feels different.
Well, what I find is that you know, at least with the webcam, I mean, being able to see makes you feel as if you're participating. You get the inside of, and when you're seeing someone working, you have an idea of, I mean, like you see it happening, you know, where this technically could just be a pre-recording, you know. There's like a what would you say, a proof of life thing there that you're missing, I think.
And I don't know how I'll understand the answers to any questions if I can't see you flailing your hands around.
I know, right? It's a very important part of this game. I mean, you know. But at least I'm not making ugly faces at things. I try to keep from making horrible faces. Even though that can be very difficult. Because I tend to make horrible faces.
It's just your normal face. We don't hold it against you.
Yeah, that's my point. It's like I don't have much choice but to make horrible faces, I guess what I'm saying. You know. I don't know, after spending kind of a life of trying to make beautiful things, you learn very quickly where you stand in the world of beautiful things. You know, I'm not some toad, but at the same time, I don't know if I'd ever call myself pretty, you know? Or rugged, or I don't know. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, guys. I am that person. I accidentally over tightened the screw to my camera, and I pulled the screw out of the bottom, so the mount to the tripod. And sadly, I went in to put some JB weld on it to put it back together, and then me being me, of course, I completely, absolutely, and utterly forgot it at home. Because I don't think you guys realize how hard it is for me to retain anything in my memory longer than like 8 minutes. It's tough. And the fact
They
that,
might not know.
and the fact that I'm trying to do it from, like I'm not at home right now. I have to go to a local work co-op to stream because right now I have the worst internet in the universe. Like yesterday, was yesterday Super Bowl?
I think so.
Yeah. Like yesterday during Super Bowl, I couldn't even send a picture of a post after all my business partners tried to gaslight me and say I didn't post it. I couldn't even rub it in their faces. And then when I did post it, of course, no one responded. It was a very touching moment. I think the other thing with the camera is that if I'm not talking, you can still see that someone's there and doing something, as opposed to just the vapid world of...
So now you just have to talk the entire time, and I'm not going to help.
You better.
I'm just going to sit here silently.
Okay, so we're going to open up chat to everyone. And
oh yeah, I mean we are on Discord. If anybody wants to pop in and say, oh no, we're not. Never mind. I'm the one who suggested we not do that.
Well, we can do that. Here we go.
We can if somebody actually wants to jump in.
I guess
Did you hear that?
Is it crit session room? Is that what?
Twitch streaming.
Where's that?
In voice channels. Scroll up a little bit.
There it is. There it is. Okay. There we go.
There you go.
There we go. Okay.
Yep.
Oh.
And I'll post the link. So, a couple things here. Do you remember
Nate.
the yoga pug from one of your previous? Well,
Yes.
I think a couple of your previous crits.
Uh-huh.
Juan has sent that in for casting.
Oh, good.
We're all very excited about it. I 3D printed the model to see how adorable his little yoga pug is in person, and now I have it glued to the top of my Cintiq.
What you need is you need to make 2 of them and glue it, and you can turn it into like a little stylus holder. I think that's... Well, Nate, you're always welcome to come to the new site. We can always get you in there. It's been a long time since you took the class, hasn't it? I mean, I feel like we've known each other for years now.
Ben Taylor wants to know why your Z-spheres don't look like Z-spheres.
You mean like right now? Because I've turned it into a oh, it's been that's recent. Oh my god, I'm ridiculous. See, I can't remember my own name, Nate. Well, this is the ZSphere base. Hold on, let's go to ZSphere. See, this is the ZSphere pose. And then I converted it to an adaptive mesh. Is that what? That was the other one. I wasn't sure if I was going to go with the floaty Cupid or the little arrow shooting Cupid. Did that help? Or did that answer that one? Nate, I know. Don't expect miracles from me, man. Now he just looks butch. He doesn't look very plump. That's okay. I'm not going to spend a huge amount of time on him. This is not going to be an anatomy example for sure. I don't want to hear any. Everyone's going to be like, well, why don't you submit that for a critique? Like, well, because I'm not taking this very seriously. Here. See, it's a lot harder not to talk when you're when you don't have the video camera, because I feel like it's just a blank. You know what I mean? It's just a dead zone if you don't chat.
Well, people are free to ask questions, and we can talk about that.
That's true. Feel free. Feel free to participate.
Ben wanted to know, how did you get the shapes and how did you get those shapes and ridges between the joints, which I think was SK fill?
Or are you talking about how did they get these cone shapes into the mannequin? Which one are you talking about, how they get these non-ball shapes in? We are going to have to wait for Eric to get back, because this is probably the first time I've used this mannequin thing ever. So I just thought I would try to use them. When Eric gets back, he will be able to... is that what you're asking? Yeah, the non-ball shapes. Okay. You know what? Let's look at it line-wise. No, they're actually... they're primitives. Yeah, you know what? I have absolutely no idea. We will ask Eric when he gets back.
Isn't that just a factor of the connecting tissue between the spheres?
Because if you do let's go here and start a ZSphere, it just turns into, see how that's, if we take it and move it, see, they're still balls. It's just ball on ball on ball on ball on ball. That doesn't turn into a solid. So there's got to be a way to kind of fill that or bind it to a shape, and I don't know how to do that. Will you send Eric a message and say that we have a question for him when he gets back?
Will do.
Oh, thank God, finally. Okay.
Oh, Lord.
Whoa, what?
Hi, Mike.
Hi, guys. My phone will do two functions at once. Okay.
Ooh, congratulations.
Hi, guys.
He's like, I got a modern cell phone. Wow, goodness gracious, this thing has the interwebs on it.
Well, I couldn't shut the, well, now I lost the video. I couldn't shut the audio on the stream on Twitch off. So I was getting like this 3-second delay between your talking and what's going on.
See how you are?
Yeah.
Do you use ZSpheres?
Me?
Yeah.
I haven't lately.
Okay.
So
the answer to the question is, you're not going to be able to tell us how they got those solid shapes in there. Is that what I'm hearing?
Oh, the solid shapes. Actually, the solid shapes are there's a way you do it. Shane has a thing. He did a little thing on the Pixologic stream about using them, and it has something to do with ZSpheres, but there's a little offshoot to create those mannequins, because Paul wanted him to he said he would do a mannequin for the 2020 release.
Right.
So he did a little thing about how to do it.
Oh, really?
On the Pixologic stream.
So
So Chris answered the question in chat.
No?
You can insert local mesh and insert connector mesh.
Ah,
Where?
If and the adaptive skin palette, I'm guessing.
It takes me this long to even find the menu. Where are you again? Am I just not? Oh, you have to have a ZSphere to have the option. I
yeah.
think.
Yeah, you got to start with, yeah.
Now adaptive skin shows up. There it is. Insert local mesh, insert connector mesh. So we turn on preview. No, that's not when we did it. How do you get them to come do so if we have this? See, now I'm all interested. And let's go append. No, this doesn't even allow me to do that. Okay, append star. We're going to make you a cylinder. Let me see that. We're going to go like that. Are you telling me it's something like this? Sorry, I've never tried this before. I'm just guessing. Let's taper it. Maybe taper it a little more. We'll twist it.
You need to activate classic skinning first.
How do you know that? Is someone feeding
Because
you
Chris
information?
just told me.
Oh, okay. I was like, how do you know that? Oh, I have to have the ZSphere or adaptive skin doesn't come up. So adaptive skin, use classic skinning. Do you create a separate piece or does it turn this into...
Click on a ZSphere.
Right. Insert connector mesh. Oh yeah, so you do have to have the shapes in there first, and then here, let's just append. No. See, I'm still trying to work out questions for you guys. Boom, bevel. Because he has like little bevel faces. Oop. And let's make that straight. And now let's go back here. No, right there. Boop. And then we come down to adaptive skin. Use classic skin, insert local, insert connector mesh. Insert local mesh. Oh. Do I have to have both of them selected? No. All right. No, see, I can't even look into the camera and go, No one can see my perturbed facial expressions. Well, I guess what it comes down to is, I don't know.
Yeah, no, there's when you start off with the ZSphere, that bone in between the two spheres is kind of, it seemed like, if I remember right, it was it acted like a, Was it an
An insert
No,
multi-mesh
that's not right.
or an
IM?
insert mesh.
Right. Right. Yeah. That you do the first part and you do the bottom part and it fills it in. And there's some really wonky rule with it that you have to do it a certain way.
What? ZBrush
Yeah,
have a
it's on
wonky
the
rule?
Pixologic.
No, that can't be it.
Right. That can't be.
I don't know if that. No, I disbelieve that greatly.
Yeah. But yeah, Shane did a Pixologic on it, and I think Paul did one at the same time, that same week.
Well, let's try to Google that bad boy and see if we can find it.
I'm just gonna wait for Eric. He'll be back.
He's supposed to be back.
I don't even know.
So are we doing a cherub?
Well, so the theme for this month is love, and I don't know much about that. So I'm making a cherub, but then it's also President's Day month. So I did a quick workup of a Lincoln. So I'm going to make a Lincoln cherub with a big American flag.
That's awesome.
Yes. I'm going to make him smile. I was just basing it off a handful of pics that were straightforward, and then I had a profile. So he's close. Close enough for a cherub, I think. Right?
That's awesome.
So this is my Valentine's Day themed pudgy cherub. Was that your dog?
Oh, sorry.
No,
Yeah.
no. I was thinking that Eric was back.
Oh. No, she stuck her head up to my window and barked.
No, that's okay. I don't care. I was just thinking Eric was back because his dog gets rambunctious. Cherub baby fat silhouette. Oh, we have to make a top hat too, don't we? Can't have a Lincoln without a stovetop hat. This incredibly powerful and wonderfully high detailed baby anatomy that I'm so good at, if you can't tell. Baby butt.
When you're doing blockouts, do you use slash or damn standard?
I use slash. Like for those curves and stuff, I use slash. I just use slash very large and soft, right? Because it gives me nice half rounds. I mean, see what kind of nice curves it makes. Because the silhouette of the brush is sort of like that. Because, you know, technically it's doing this underneath. So you get a nice, sharp, deep cut. Right. But you can see how big the brush is that I'm using. And even that's a little powerful, honestly. I try to get it to where it doesn't actually go through its full because here, let's do it this way. Let's turn this up. I'll just do this. So why this gets this really lovely half round silhouette and that it's sharp is because in here it's doing a figure eight or a loop. So that's how it retains that sharp edge, is that it's actually kind of looping underneath. So when you remesh and stuff, you have to worry about making sure that those don't become artifacts or noise shells when you're printing.
Right.
So, but soft and big, it's really good for just like rolly slashes. Because if you're not doing it to where it is deep enough to actually do the the loop, it makes nice, wide, good shaped half rounds for like fat curls and fabric and things like that. And anytime I'm trying to delineate a crack at this time in my sculpt, I like to use slash. But like I said, I like to use it pretty low because I don't want that noise shell that it'll create if it's too strong.
Does that clay knife that you just recently started using, does that?
It's just a little sharp. I like it. Yeah.
As well.
Yep. No, if I had it loaded, I'd be using that. It's just a little sharper. But
oh, okay, on the edge curve.
Yeah, but when I loaded this one here, I didn't have those brushes. I didn't have Juan's brushes, so. Yeah. Boy, we got a flat butt chair up here, don't we? Oh, this is still an adaptive mesh. First thing we need to do is duplicate this bad boy. Turn off adaptives. We'll bring this down. Where is it now? That's fine. We will push half because we're at about 186,000. I duplicated it, and now we are going to remesh at half. Oh yeah, losing my ears. Ugh. Boop. And we're just going to keep remeshing this down. To something close to 700. So 700, I think it's like 760 something is the magic number. If your base model is under 700 polygons, then you can get 8 subdivision levels and be in that 3 to 5 million range. Boop. So I'll normally get my model and then subdivide it down, because if you just go here and select 700 polygons, it will make decisions about where geometry goes a little bit more randomly than if you allow it to slowly creep up on the lower geometry. It's just, I find that you wind up with cleaner Z remeshes if you get it to that high resolution and then you drop it. Now you can see if we go half, that'll take it to 400. I don't want to go that low, so 900's fine. Redonkulous.
So when you do that, when you're doing that, and if you've used your slash brush and you've got those noise shells in the interior, is that added into the polygon count?
Well, the Z remesh won't put those in there. See, there's no noise
okay,
shell in there.
it eliminates. Okay, makes okay.
The Z remesh doesn't
makes
hold that
the shell.
It's when you dynamesh, often it'll leave residue of those noise shells, because sometimes dynamesh doesn't understand, I want everything out of this mesh. It'll leave artifacts and stuff, So
Right.
it's, yeah. Yeah. So that's that, right? And that's taking it step down. Now let's go back to here, duplicate it. Now if this turns out being the exact same, I'm going to be really frustrated. I want you to know that. So we're going to come back here and we're going to take this down to 0.9 and let us Z remesh. I know that when I do the jewelry stuff, you have a lot of like holes and piercings and like little arms and stuff, and it can really mangle some of those when it does it in one step. Actually, those are pretty darn close. Oh, well, it didn't get down to 900. Now that's interesting. See how it tried to keep some of these wrinkles here. Now let's half this and see where it didn't go all the way down. Oh, because I had adaptive on. Hold on, let's turn adaptive off. Hold on. Turn adaptive off. I want it at 900. Well, let's, what is this one? 962. We'll come here, point. Z remesh. This is one solid mass though, so this seems to be okay. I can show you later why on things that have a lot of piercings, like holes and stuff, it doesn't do nearly as good a job. So that is just doing it in one shot, and that's doing it in multiple. 908, 962. So on a solid body, it doesn't much matter. But it does, like on a ring or like a pendant or something where you have a lot of, or let's say a tree, right, where you have a lot of limbs coming off and things interacting. You wind up with really crappy intersections if you try to do it just in one fell swoop sometimes. So that is why I got into the habit of doing it in multiple steps. You have a little bit more control over where your geometry is. The other nice thing about doing it in steps is that like right here, see how we get, you know, our geometry isn't broken up really evenly here. You can always come back in with ZModeler, and as you're breaking it up in half, you can give it more geometry to try to think about. Like, you know, you want a little bit of extra geometry in a certain place, you can put it in and then half it, and it'll rethink that. Let's say we know that we're going to give our little groover here a 6-pack. You know, you can divide this area up more, and then when you divide it in half, it'll take that extra geometry into consideration. So it just gives you a little bit more control.
And you're talking about subdiv right now, right?
A Z remesh.
Z remesh, okay. Sorry, my screen either completely froze up. I can either talk or watch, but I can't do both apparently. So.
So we're just going to take this groover and drag it in a little. Whoa. What was that about? Oh. Yeah, that was ZModeler I had. So it grabbed the one thing and it affected the whole thing. I'll work on my silhouette down here a little.
Oh my gosh, I can't watch. All right.
What?
All right, I gotta get out of here so I can watch. Because because I have no idea what's going on. Alrighty, guys. I will talk to you later, but I will be watching.
Right on.
So, all right.
Sounds
Hope
good.
my computer gets well soon. Thanks.
Oh, I feel you, brother. Trust me.
Right? You know the pain.
One day I'll have a computer.
All right, Henry.
again.
Have a good one.
Yeah. All right, man. I'll talk to you later.
Oh, speaking of, we're heading into the second week of February, aren't we?
Yeah.
I should call and find out what's going on with my computer. Wasn't it supposed to be the second week of February?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Why do I just feel like you have absolutely no faith in anything I say? You're just like, yeah, what you said. Sure, I'm sure that was it. Yep, I'm pretty sure that was it. Yep.
It's because I'm only half listening. I'm releasing new course material for all of our CBJW members.
yeah, sure. That's
Yeah, whatever
sounds-
you said, I'm
yeah,
sure it's
sure.
right.
That sounds right. Yeah, right. Like you have any faith in what I say.
Hey, Eric.
Is Eric there?
Yeah, I heard him breathe.
So we have to ask Eric a question.
Yeah. How to make connective tissue between Z-spheres.
Like they did in the mannequins. We were asked how they did that with the mannequin, and I said, I don't know. This is the first time I've used these spheres in like 20 years, so I'm not the person to ask on this one.
Right.
Oh, I thought that was him.
That was him moving his camera around. Eric, can you hear us? That was him moving his camera around. Eric, can you hear us?
Yeah.
There he is.
Oh, so he needs to turn down the on the whatchamadoodle. Help me.
I don't think he has headphones in, so we're going to hear a little bit of an echo, but it's not too bad.
Okay, whatever.
I can mute the screen.
Yeah, that helps.
If I mute Twitch, does it mute this as well?
No,
No.
you're in Discord. They're separate things.
All right, I'm gonna mute Twitch then. What's the question?
So in like here, right? These shapes that are not balls. Like in Z-spheres, it's just like a series of steps of balls. But they got these like body shapes or these cone shapes.
Wait, I'm sorry, I muted. Go ahead, say that again.
So the question was about these shapes that are not balls. So like when you make the Z-spheres, they obviously made this connective mesh.
Yep.
And someone asked how that
Oh,
was
you guys
done.
haven't watched all my videos? I explained it in one of the fundamental videos.
Oh, I see how you were. See how you are?
Told you. We should have watched it.
Well, you want me to bring it up? We can watch it if you want.
It's a really obscure feature that, typical Pixologic for them creating some kind of crazy shit like this. But you can actually replace the connecting Z-spheres with custom geometry, which is kind of wild because you could use it as a way to like make some interesting jewelry stuff, but the idea was to sort of facilitate this mannequin type deal.
Sure.
Do you want to know how to go about changing that geometry, or are you just curious as to why it was happening?
No. Someone asked how it was being done, and I came down here into adaptive skin, and they said that we had to use the. So like I got here, I did this groover, and then I kind of did this, but then I was like, okay, that wasn't working, so I brought it out over here and created a separate shape. And I figured somehow or another you just kind of insert multi-mesh it or something to assign it to the space. I don't know. You tell me. I don't know. What the hell do I know? obviously I didn't know very well because I couldn't get it to work.
Yeah, it's that's the right idea. It's just a different terminology. But, let me. I've got my own ZBrush going here, so let me see if I can recreate it here.
Yes, I'm making a cherub.
You're in the adaptive skin palette. Yes, I'm making a cherub.
Okay, in adaptive skin. Boop.
Okay, in adaptive skin.
You turn on
You
use
see that
classic skinning.
classic skinning button.
You turn on use classic skinning.
Yeah, and then you have to select one of the connecting Z-spheres. So select those gray Z-spheres between the two main Z-spheres so that you see the bone highlighted
Oh. So if I select that one,
on the screen.
like that?
Yeah, select that, yeah. And now you see how the insert local mesh and insert connector mesh buttons are now highlighted.
Uh-huh.
Click on insert connector mesh,
All right. And now select my shape.
and you should be able to pick your geometry from that. So yeah, pick like one of that custom geometry that you
It's going the wrong way.
and try moving those Z-spheres a little bit further apart so you can see what's going on.
I think it's... No. Okay, hold on.
Yeah, press W for move.
Yeah. Hold on. I blew it. So, no.
Select the connector.
There we go.
Yeah, select the connector Z-spheres.
Insert connector mesh.
Insert connector mesh.
Select my thing. I think my thing's facing the wrong direction.
Your geometry. Yeah, that's the thing. You got to kind of orient it so it's.
All right, so let's get back over here.
I don't even have any headphones nearby, so I'd have to like start digging through boxes to find it.
No. I think we're close. I feel it. I feel that we're close here.
Yeah, but that's basically the idea. And then the insert local mesh will replace the Z-sphere itself with geometry. But I find that I have more luck replacing the insert connector mesh. Because, yeah, you can do that.
So you said it's length,
You know what I mean?
and now it's
Well,
You
as you drag those two Z-spheres further apart, it's just going to keep stretching and stretching that geometry in between. If you switch to draw and then click in the middle of it, then you're going to add another Z-sphere in between those two, and it'll split them.
Which one's the draw one?
So press Q and then click on that connecting Z-sphere.
Oop.
Q.
There we go. No. Click on this guy. That just put a.
The other thing I find with Z-spheres is make your draw size as low as possible. Yeah, you get more accuracy that way.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, so if you start pulling those Z-spheres apart, you'll see the geometry is sort of, it's on top of each other, but it's definitely placed in the connector mesh.
Yeah, no. Okay. So that's the key. I was just dropping back. And that gives you where your pivot point is. Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, and then if you connect that, convert that into a mesh, it'll bring through that geometry as well. So
Yeah.
you could, I mean, as long as the geometry you're using doesn't have subdivisions, you could replace it with
Anything.
all kinds of crap.
That's cool.
Yeah, any kind of polygon geometry. It's one of those weird secret hidden features that kind of got buried in updates, you know.
Yeah. No, that's nice. We're gonna have to play with that. I like that. Learn something new every day.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of in the fundamentals video I did on Z-spheres, I talked about it and went through the process of doing it. But it's definitely there's a lot of stuff I haven't explored with it. So,
Well, I have a figure that we're gonna have to play with. This isn't it, by the way, just so you know. This is
Yeah,
my,
that's clearly Abraham Lincoln.
right? It's clearly Abraham Lincoln. Here's my, so when I got into the studio, I grabbed a bunch of pictures, and here's my base, Abraham Lincoln.
Oh yeah, I saw that. It's cool.
Yeah. And so we're going to attach good old Abe's head to this at some point. What do you mean my pen isn't adapted? I'm like, I've been sitting here using it on this all night. Footses.
All right, I'm gonna click out of this then.
I think that answered the question. Thank you. I
Yeah,
appreciate
thank you
it.
very much, Eric.
I think that answered the question. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Eric.
My work here is done.
My work here is done. This is not the droid you're looking for. Little pointy toes. I mean, come on, guys. Give that poor Cupid some toes.
There were several requests for toes in the chat.
Right? I mean, look at these hands. They're just like little torpedoes. Poor little guy. It's gotta be tough to have torpedo hands. Right? I would think so.
I mean, it's just like an oven mitt.
Fair enough. Oven mitt Cupid.
That's how the South Park kids live their whole lives.
I know, that's rough.
They seem to be working it out.
Well, they're definitely. Yeah, I can't say anything about them. They're making a lot more money than I am. Maybe I should just become an oven mitt kid. Maybe that's my problem. I insist on this damn thumb being involved in my life, and it's done. What has it done for me? Well, okay, it's done quite a bit for me, but you know what I mean. I should see the what? It is a little Cupid butt. I remeshed him. This was the quick first sculpt from the adaptive mesh. I got this far and then I realized I couldn't lower my resolution. Then I was like, oh man, I totally forgot to Z-remesh it. So we've Z-remeshed it, and now we've Z-remeshed it and we're giving him some toes. See, I'm being very nice. I think I'm being very helpful to Cupid here. Now we'll try to give him a hand. Yeah, I don't know if there's enough geo there for that. We'll have to get him a hand later. It was a tough decision which pose to use. Maybe actually we'll give you guys the power here. And then I can say, they made me do it. Because there was sort of, I obviously have to make the wings too, but sort of the floaty flying Cupid. Or the dramatically arrow shooting Cupid. But my problem with the arrow shooting Cupid is it didn't look like he was flying very much, so I thought that he was a little too on the ground. So then I went with the floaty Cupid. Yeah, I'm sorry, I forgot my camera at home. Because I'm a silly person, that's why there's no camera, because my memory is horrifying. Can't even just look at him that way. Okay. I'm trying to be a good community participator, so I'm doing the February love themed stream. Okay, I know his hips are completely out of whack. We don't need 14 million polys right now. Delete higher. Okay. Now, is he close enough to project? I did push that in there a little. That's okay. We'll project and see what happens. Project all. Oh, my hands and feet are going to be... Hold on. Escape that. Stop that. Oh. Well. We might be...
Ruh-roh.
We might be doing that all over again anyway. I don't remember that quick saving, do you?
I do not.
See, I turned my quick save off. Oh. Because of crits. How far did we get?
I do see some quick saves.
Wow, look at that. We actually have a foot. That's not bad. All right.
Thank you, ZBrush.
Right? Let's go look at our quick saves. Oh, good. 40/40 is fine. Okay, I'm going to divide you up just one more time here, so I have a little bit more geometry to play this game with. Woohoo! Footses. Cupid definitely has some really short thighs there. And then our hands. The beatific pose there. Oh. Yeah, no, I broke my camera, and so I took it home, or I took it out of my computer bag to fix. And anytime I separate anything from anything I think it's supposed to be with, I lose it. So, needless to say, I lost it and left it at home. I checked all the other things I was supposed to check, and I forgot that one. So, my bad. I'm sorry. I know it's so much better to be able to see that someone's doing something as opposed to when I stop talking, it's almost like I'm not there anymore. La da 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 da. Da 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 da. Yeah, he got a little out of whack there, but that's okay. No one really cares. Okay. Divide, divide. Now we're going to mask off our hands here. And our footsuses. And is there anything else that's... Alright, so now we're going to come back to here, go back to you. Did I move anything super dramatically? Maybe a little. Let's turn this guy on. No. This guy? Yeah, that guy. And we're going to turn on transparency. Who's this guy? Yeah. And I'm going to move my legs kind of where they're at least in the right position, because I sort of changed the pose there. So I know that's not going to work as a projection, so I'm just going to kind of get that in the right place. And we're going to do a double reverse projection here. I'm going to stretch my base model out to where my pose changed. But we are going to project our original model to our new hands and feet. So we're going back to here. And we're going to select footsuses and hands. You can tell that that's never going to project. Project all. Boop. Come back in here and fix our clean projection. We're just going to fill up where it didn't, knock the stuff that didn't project back in. Right. Knock that back. Smooth it out. Knock that back. Smooth it out. Build that up. Oops. project all. Don't for some reason I like Dynamesh more than sculptures. Well, it depends on what you're trying to use them for. I mean, they're kind of different tools.
Can you explain real quick why you ZRemeshed instead of Dynameshing?
Sure. So this is the Dynamesh, right? And I Dynamesh this. Well, this wasn't a Dynamesh. This was an array mesh, right? So we came here, we posed our model, and then I created an array mesh. And this was our array mesh. Well, I sculpted on it now, but this is, do I have one that's closer to the array mesh? No. So this is the array mesh. And so an array mesh winds up being very much like a Dynamesh, right? It's just remeshed, right? So it's, we'll just say this is a Dynamesh model. It presents us with the same issues, let's put it that way. So now I have a single mesh that's 186,000 polys. And, you know, in my block up, I got to this pose. And let's say I want to start smoothing and rearranging this or relaxing the mesh. Well, I have no control over this mesh. This mesh is one mesh. It's 180,000 polys. If I divide it, we're already at, you know, I can only get 3 subdivisions out of it. And we're at 319 or 3 million, right? So 3 subdivision levels give me no distance between my subdivisions, and some of the things that I like to do, or how I control my mesh, you'll hear me say mesh management a lot, and this really falls into mesh management. It's impossible to really get the full dynamic range of what you can do to a mesh out of a Dynamesh. And that's because it's just, it has so few subdivision levels. I want anywhere between 7 and 9 subdivision levels so I can get distance between my meshes, and I'll show you why. So we Dynameshed this, or array meshed it, so we have one mesh. I then came to here and I ZRemeshed it down to I try to get close to 700. I think it's like 750, 760 is the number that allows you to subdivide 9 times and be in that 3 million range. So what we did is I took it and then I divided it. And this is that mesh divided. And you can see right now I have 57,000 polys. Well, I'm going to keep dividing this. Boom. And now at 230,000. 9. So I have 300 or 3 million polys here, right? But look, I have 7 subdivision levels. And if I were going to make this a super detailed model, I would probably get it sculpted, and then I'd probably have to subdivide this one more time to get my minute detail. And so that's 8 subdivision levels. And here's the reason why I want that, why I want those subdivisions, and that's this. So 2 things. Let me find a brush that's going to lay down. Do I have Dave's Dino Skin in here still? One sec. Boop. D. Stop that. D. No, that's not D. Good gosh. Dave's Dino Skin. Okay. So let's say our little groover is going to get Dino Skin, right? So we've subdivided this up. We have the sculpt exactly where we want it. We come in and I spend a lot of time and I put this texture on. And I've worked so hard, and we have this really nice texture on it. Right? And now someone comes in and you're like, oh, well, I need that moved. Well, I've just spent all this time putting this surface texture on. So I'm like, okay. So you're going to take this and you're going to bend it and try to move it. So let's come in here. We'll take this, mask it off. W, we're going to come up here and I'm going to try to bend this some. And I need to kind of move this up. And you can see to get this alteration to happen, you're distorting your mesh pretty dramatically. Or if you try to move this with just move, your mesh distorts a lot, right? So what's nice about having subdivision levels is that we can now come down here, lower our subdivision level all the way down, and I can come here, flip it, W, boop, and pinch this in, and you see you get a little squash and stretch there. I'm going to move it around a little bit more. I'm now going to take this little area and I'm going to rotate that back up, move it up a little. And so now that's a little bit more natural pose. And here we're going to rotate this back and around. Right, so we've changed our position here. I'll even change the arm here some. And now I'm just going to come back in and make sure that these don't get too distorted. So I'm going to stretch these back around a little. At this very low level, I can really control where that's going. And now, when I come back up, you can see that it doesn't distort the mesh incredibly, or the detail incredibly dramatically. So it's a way to retain a lot of your surface detail and still do dynamic moves and changes in your model. Now, that's one direction. That's retaining detail. So then you have sort of what I call, there's smoothing and then there's relaxing your mesh. So we're going to divide this one more time. You have a 14 million poly model here. And what happens when you try to smooth this? Anyone? Because I'll tell you what.
Nothing.
Right. You are never going to get this to be a smooth surface. How do we deal with that? Well, we just lower our res. Lower subdivision, lower subdivision, lower subdivision. And now you can relax the mesh. This isn't smoothing, this is relaxing your mesh. I mean, technically it's smoothing, but it's slightly a psychological difference when you decide to do it, right? At this point, I'm trying to get all of those humps out of my mesh. So I got to relax my mesh back to what it used to be. And so I can lower my res. I can come in here and get rid of all this detail because, well, they didn't want the baby to be, you know, a QAnon lizard kid. We've decided that that's a silly system, and we are now going to make it a cherub. So you can see that I've slowly removed that. Higher res. And now we come back in and smooth it off. And you do need to step up because ZBrush, when you lower the resolution or your subdivisions, when you lower your subdivisions, it has a memory of what's on these subdivisions. So you may smooth one, but you want surface detail on it. And so here, actually, so every time you go up, it remembers what was there and it kind of applies it to it. You can still see there's remnants there. So we smooth it, higher res. And you can see there's a little bit there. Smooth it. Now, this way you can smooth without destroying the shape or having to come back with like a polish brush or a trim brush or something like that, you can do it to the base mesh. The other thing that this is good for is, now let's back up and get our detail back. Come on, you. There it is. All right, so we have our detail. Now, this works the other direction as well. Lower res, lower res, lower res, lower res, lower res. And let's say they wanted this shape change some where they're like, oh, well, I want it to be more balloony. I can come in here and do this at this lower res. And the thing to try to remember is to keep your squares, or to keep your rectangles in the relative position they were in, right? We're blowing this out a little, but if I take this and slide this up here, it's going to reproject the same amount of detail it had on it before into that little sliver. So that's not what we want, right? We're just trying to blow this. Ooh. We're just trying to make this a little bulkier. And now when I go back up to my higher res, you can see that the detail didn't really change, but we were allowed to change the substructure. This also works if we have our higher res, and let's say you weren't paying attention and you accidentally had a lump here. And where's Dave's dino skin? Right, you weren't paying attention. You had this sort of hump in your thing, right? And you're like, they come back in and like, what were you doing? Why is there a hump there? You're like, oh, I didn't even see that. Okay. Well, once again, lower down, lower down. And you can just knock this hump back. And now, when I come all the way back up, you can see that it pinched a touch because we've actually sucked that down some, but you still have all your detail, and it's much easier to fix it there. Now, you would have to come back in probably here and kind of tap that down a little. Because once again, it remembers that hump. So now when we come all the way back up, there we go. Right, the hump's gone. So by retaining subdivision levels with a quad mesh, you wind up with, because if you just subdivide a dynamesh, it doesn't remember the subdivision projection the same way it does if it's on a quad. So I always go to a quad mesh and subdivide, and then as I'm sculpting, right, let's say we got here, and I want it to, let's say I twisted something or I mangled the mesh to where I can no longer sculpt on it well, I'll then dynamesh it, reproject, or Z-remesh low and reproject up, and then I have my quads again so I can come in and actually work on it and get it where I want it to be. Did that help there? Or did that answer the question to the point of clarity?
Above and beyond. We need to record that section and just put it on YouTube
Okay,
so we can link to it.
we can do that, I'm sure.
Well, I mean, this will be on YouTube, but in a much longer video. We need to just cut out that chunk.
What happened here? Oh, I reposed it. I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm like, wait a minute. See, this is how I forgot my camera. I forgot I reposed this. Come on, you can do it. Boop, 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 boop. Dave's dino skin. Lots of Dave's dino skin. You can do it. There we go. So we have Z-remesh this, and it's like 900,000 polys. I've reprojected the original mesh to my new feet and hands because I didn't want them to distort so much. If you'll notice, I cocked in the back here some. So like I can take this and see, here's the problem. Like I can lower this res, right? But see, I can only go to 186,000 polys, which was where this Dynamesh, I know this is an array or a adaptive mesh, but the mesh itself is very similar to a Dynamesh. And you can see I changed the position of the body to where he has a little bit more cock in it. He's not quite so bulbous. So when I come in here and I move this, I have a lot more distortion. And so it's not as convenient as it is with having your subdivision levels. I'm not very good at baby anatomy. It's a horribly flat-butted baby, but that's okay. I don't care. So this is my remesh. And at about it, obviously this is going to stick out a lot. I'm just going to drag some of this stuff into a little closer to the projection range. I usually do this in 2 or 3 steps. You're never going to get a reprojection done perfectly right the first time. Well, you might, but it's a rarity. That's close enough. Project all. Oops. Did we just crash again? No, I don't know why that came up. Oh, hold on. That. Okay, there we go. So as you can see, after the projection, we have these spots, right? Now what these are these surfaces were outside of the projection distance setting. Right here, distance. Now, you go, well, why don't you just crank that up to division 6? So let's undo this real quick. And let's crank it up to distance 1 instead of 0.2. And now I'm going to project all. Now watch this work perfectly. I'll laugh. And of course it worked perfectly. Because once again, this is a simple lumpy shape. So you can actually get away with that. And, oh, well, but see, here, good. I'm glad. I was going to be really peeved if that just worked exactly. I was going to be like, you got to be kidding me. Here is the problem with just cranking your projection distance up. And that is this surface right here. See these? Look at this stretching dramatically here. See that weird thing? Those weird shapes? What that is doing is, ooh, soft sword. Dun, dun, dun. I don't understand why this doesn't save its properties. It resets itself every time. Very annoying. Very annoying. But what it does is this is a surface, and then this is the distance of 1. So how projection works is this. You have a surface, which is what the surface you're projecting to, and then projection distance is the range on either side of that surface, that the surface that you're projecting from is going to look for a negative normal. This is a lot easier if I could do this in multiple colors, but I don't have everything set up on this computer, so I don't have my little drawing tools. So when you see like those little pits, right? So a pit is this surface. This was below the projection distance, so it didn't project up to the surface. Or you'll see the things that are like that. And this was outside of the projection range, and it goes down. So you're like, oh, well, I'll just crank it up, and it'll be fine. The problem with that is this stuff right here. And if you don't know to look for it, you can miss it, and you can completely have a worthless model. And it can be very difficult to sculpt on because these actually show up as surfaces as you stroke across them, and you get this weird surface reaction. So what has happened is that there's another surface over here that has a negative normal that's within the search range of the projection. And so you can see that this crack, right? These surfaces, we're looking for a negative normal at the one. Let me see if I can. Let's. No, hold on. Go back there. Hide part. Now I got him. I was trying to get rid of that surface. So, well, here we can do this flip. This is the answer. All right. So these surfaces on the, the butt crack was sort of like this, right? So these surfaces are looking in the one projection range for a negative normal. And so as it's out here looking, it's like, oh, I found it. It goes right past this because it's not looking here. It's looking up here at that one. And as you can see, it found it and it projected all these surfaces out here. Now, if you don't know to look for this, right? Like if you're new to projecting and you don't realize that this is, and you can see it right here as well, right? See that stretch stuff? And the problem with this is if you start sculpting on this, I say that, and of course it never works. Every once in a while, what you're going to do is you're going to come across, where's the dent? You're not going to dent for me? Really? Wow, that's crazy. Often when you're sculpting, you'll get a deep dive in, and that's because these are becoming surfaces that it recognizes. So your brush, whenever you get like these weird little dimples and you keep trying to stroke off them and you get a weird little dimple, I love that it just never works when I try to demo anything. Very frustrating, I just want you to know. It often becomes like a brush magnet where you have a problem, and as you're stroking across it, you get these weird dents. But beyond that, this is no longer a shell. And if you don't know that and you try to scent this out, this is a worthless mesh to print. This will confuse it, you'll kill it. And see, when you start smoothing, you get these weird surfaces and you're like, what is that? How did this happen? What is going on? And that's because all this projected up in here. I just find it much easier because once again, this is a nice lumpy shape. But if you have something that has face, like let's take the tree example again, right? Or because I mostly do jewelry, so I have things that have a lot of piercings and sharp edges coming in. Once again, this is very soft. As we finish this and we can reproject, and I'll show you, to become a much worse problem. And if you don't know to look for it, you'll never find all of these things, and you've just created a disastrous mesh. So it's just a lot easier to come in, project, is this, oh, that's, there we go. And I just leave it at the default 0.02. I'd say you can go up to 0.04 maybe. 0.04. Why is that not working? So 0.02, You can go up to 0.04 if you want. I wouldn't go much over 0.06 because it really can become creepily. I think we projected that the wrong direction. And you can see by jumping up to 0.04, I think we're going to get most of this. But I mean, I don't bother because I know 0.02 usually is clean. And I'll just do it in a couple steps. And I don't have any of those weird intersections. Yeah, see, even at point... no, this is 1. 0.04... 0.359, whatever. Turn that on. Project. Now, I do use project history, which projects to a history state, but we're not going to go into that. It's just, if you understand what project is doing, you'll understand why you get these little dimples and stuff, like where they don't come up. Now, another tool that I find useful in projecting is the ZBrush. And that way you can just knock some of that stuff back, hold down Alt, and it'll draw what's below the surface up to the surface. So that's a useful tool. The problem with this tool is this. You have to pay attention, and you want to treat your projection, or when you are using the Z projection brush, you want to make sure that you're thinking of it as a 90-degree tool. So, and what I mean by that is this. If we have a part that's up and a part that's down, like we did earlier, right? So an easy fix is the projection tool. I just grab the projection tool, I knock that back down to the surface, hold down Alt, and I bring that back up to the surface. Super easy. Here's the problem. Let's go to this armpit right here. And I'm going to go like this, and and let's have a little big spot. Whoa. Wrong one. We'll have a little raised spot here, and I'm like, oh, you know what? I'm going to just knock this back. Super easy. Boom, projection. Look at that. It worked perfectly, right? Well, if you'll notice, it didn't work perfectly. You're like, what's going on there? Why isn't this working? What it is when you did this at 90 degrees, it started dragging. Oh. Why that's not working is that we're using the wrong brush. Z project. So now we go like this, and boom, it goes right to the surface. Great, right? Let's look at it. Looks perfect until we roll this across. And you can see that it started to drag all this up and off the edge. Let's look at that geometry real quick. Let's turn fill. No. And do you see how that's all mangled right there? Because this pulls at a 90-degree angle. So if you have an area, I'm even going to make this more dramatic so you can see it clearly. I'm going to cut this back some. I think this will clarify this a little bit. Right? We're trying to knock this edge back to the surface. And see the ridge right there? Right? I mean, I'm saying, you see the lip of the projection? I'm going to grab projection brush. Okay, so first of all, it didn't project because that was outside the 90 degrees, right? And then it pulled all this stuff up and over. So you just want to make sure that if you're doing this, that you're thinking about what you're looking at a 90-degree angle. So I can rotate this here and project this. Now let's see if that pulled any of that geometry up. Well, it started to, but that was fine. But now, instead of trying to push that, I'm just going to rotate my thing and hold down, and then rotate around, boop. And so you can see that as long as you're doing this at 90 degrees, it's better. But if you noticed, I didn't do this. I just used clay fill, filled it in, hit Z, reproject again, boom. And the reason I got into that habit is because it's real easy to miss. Hold on, let's turn this and not notice it. Here, I'm going to slash this and let's cut that back and in some. And let's give us a little lump here that we need to. So we're like, okay, I need to knock that down. I'm going to grab my projection brush. I'm going to use it real big, right? Because, hey, it's better big. And look, it's great. It's perfect. Except you've pulled, see, look down here and down there. You just, it's really easy to miss something like that. And when you're sculpting, you'll hit it and you're like, it just becomes a nightmare as far as geometry goes. So I just find it easier because it doesn't take that much longer to just come in and hit reproject. But as long as you're looking at it at a 90-degree angle, projection can work just fine. I wouldn't make my brush that big. Right. Rotate. Sha. So the projection brush is good. It's helpful, it's useful. You just have to be very, very aware of what it's doing. Now what happened there? Oh, when I was cutting that in and showing you, I made a mess. That's okay. So now we're kind of projected back to our original model, and I can continue sculpting from there. Yeah, feel free to upload models now for next week. That doesn't matter. Hopefully that answered that question to your information. What is it? That is the question of the hour, isn't it?
A person trying to put links into YouTube is what it is, and YouTube won't let them, and they don't know we can't see it.
Oh. Yeah.
Sorry, YouTube.
Sorry. I didn't make the rules. We're all lucky I didn't make the rules, actually. See, this is from that projection. Yeah, you know, Henry, I'm not a big baby sculptor.
You know, I think I'm okay with that.
Right?
I can't imagine a lot of baby skull rings, things like that. So
I have an awesome baby skull I sculpted. Maybe I should make a baby skull ring.
oh no,
They're nice.
what have
They're
I
cool.
done?
Baby skulls are cool. They kind of look like little frog heads. Babies have weird skulls. Like they have no jaw. Like, what have I done? Don't be scarred. Ask Eric. Baby skulls are cool. Eric will agree with me on that one, I'm pretty sure. But cherubs have little fat ankles, right? Yeah. See, I don't know how fat cherubs actually are. Like, do cherubs have fat around their ankles? Are they that fat? Who knows? Babies aren't really a part of my life. Thank goodness. I have a feeling that would be a horror show. All right. I'm not being very conversant, am I?
Sorry, I'm looking at this incredibly expensive book about the anatomy of articulated dolls.
Is it the Japanese one?
Ryo Yoshida,
Yep. I have both of those.
$768.
Oh, I don't have the original. Is that the original?
I don't think so.
Because I have two of his books.
Publication date 2007.
What? Is it burgundy or blue?
Burgundy.
Yeah, that's someone just charging for an original version of the book. I have both those books.
Cool.
I mean, they're creepy. There's some real creep factor to his dolls.
It looks like it.
You're just like, oh, this makes me so uncomfortable. But, I mean, that's really in a lot of ways some of the beginnings of the art doll movement. Because he's been doing it for a long time and he makes some weird, kind of awesome dolls. What got you looking at that?
Someone posted a link to it because it they were reminded of it when you mentioned skulls and baby things.
Yeah. Yeah, look at that foot. Oh, I'm so proud of this foot. Oh my god. Dun, 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 dun. Babies have really short fingers too. That's it.
I think they have really short most things.
I know. My baby anatomy. I'm just not on with my baby anatomy.
I think they have webbed fingers like you've got there.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they have webbed fingers. And they have 8 toes, right? I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
8 toes. Maybe thumbs too long. I don't know. Baby hand. Close enough to baby hand for me. That's all I got. This is not going to be an anatomical masterpiece. I'm just going to warn everyone. Don't expect miracles from baby hand. Whoa. What happened there? I know someone's going to want me to put this in my critique. Why don't you critique your own
I think
crap?
it's only fair.
I'd be happy
Yeah,
to tell
let
you
me
what's...
critique it.
I'll tell you, I can tell you exactly what's wrong with it. First of all, what's the first thing I say when someone doesn't know about the anatomy?
Your
Use
baby's wearing a mitten.
Use reference.
Oh, use reference.
Your baby's wearing a mitten. That's a completely different issue.
You got a couple questions in chat. One from Sina, who wants to learn how to create a background from a panorama. Light to background. I'm not.
I don't even know what that means.
I'm not entirely sure.
So that's one of the
Be
questions.
sculpting a landscape. And the other question, which you can answer, is how do you separate the fingers individually now without messing up your subdivisions?
Oh, if I needed to. So, I mean, you know, honestly, because of the pose, I probably wouldn't separate them too much. You know, because it's, oh, you can't. Yeah, there's no camera there. That's not helping you guys at all. You know, I would just break in my divisions and, whoa, that's not smooth. Get them to kind of where I know where the finger separates. Because down here, when, you know, the hand's sort of in a pose that's not splayed open, and then I would probably just take snake hook or move elastic and lower my res just a touch. And I would just split the tips where they needed to be split. And then kind of higher res. Just get the air where you need them. Higher res. Higher res. Yeah. And baby's got stubbier fingers probably. And then, you know, I would sculpt the finger, sculpt the finger, sculpt the finger. And then with slash, kind of come in and really amplify where those divisions are. You know, because to be deadly honest, if I really needed, like if I know for a fact my hand was going to be splayed down at this point, I would add fingers. Like, you know, here we go again. With a hand position like this, I know you can't see it. But that's why taking it down to that 700 range is a good stop. So if I know that I'm going to be, let's say, a very dynamic pose, like a wizard with its fingers all splayed out and open, well, I know that before I begin, right? You know, I mean, I have a good idea that, whoa, that is not move. You know, I have a pretty good idea that that is happening. So I'm going to bring this in, bring that up, sort of build my hand, right? And now hide that. Ooh, everybody come back here. And just make sure that I have 4 little groovers on top. I need to see my mesh here. Just make sure you have 4 here. Get them kind of to the thickness as you want. Smooth this out so you're relaxing some of that out. Whoa. Or I would use snake hook. Like if it were later on and I were going to remesh it or something, use snake hook and then just remesh. But, you know, I'm a fairly good planner when it comes to parts as far as, oh, I know that I want this hand position, right? And I would do this though. I'd go Z modeler. Instead of just pulling these out, I would inset and just inset this a little. And then, no, well, these are all facing the wrong direction. One sec. Make sure that your fingers are actually pointing the directions you want them to point. Go back here and Q-mesh. Come on. What is going on there? Stop that. It's trying to go to this point because that points. There we go. That'll probably solve that problem. Z modeler. Stop that. Why is it? There we go. And then bump, bump, bump. And then bump, bump, bump. I do a basic pose down here during block up, and then when you divide, you have plenty of geometry there to futz with as you go on. So I would do it at the block up stage if I were really worried about a hand position. But I wasn't really worried about a hand position here, so I'm not. Because the fingers are fundamentally sitting on top of one another. If you did want to kind of separate them out a touch, once again, if you just separate the tips, you know, that can tell the story that those fingers are separated and they're just together. So, you know, you can punch it off the top and then fill in the fingers. But I'm not super worried about those. That's calling for a level of consideration I'm just not prepared to give yet. All right, so we got our rough bulbous baby going on here. Bulbous baby. And I don't quite know where my hands are going exactly that, so I'm gonna wait until I figure out what's going on there. That's pretty close. And now I need a mesh that's going to do something like that. Extract, not double, to be fine. You can do it. Accept. Okay. Sculptures Pro, big brush. I want that to separate. All right. Just getting this to be a little bit smoother there. Okay, okay, okay. I know that auto masking is on. All right. ZBrush. Tiny. That might be a little too small. Escape. I'm masking him. Exactly. Thank you. Someone's paying attention here.
It's not me.
I know.
I had to walk away. And I just came back to chunks of baby and got concerned.
Half. 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 One more time. Look at that. A thing of beauty. And so now, no, it's this one, isn't it? All right, let's bring this down here so I remember who you are. This might be absurdity. I would say at its finest, but there's so much better absurdity. You have to cover baby's private bits. You're not allowed to show baby private bits in this day and time. It's a Cupid. Yeah, you're going to jail, buddy. Oop, that's not clay tubes.
So there was a question in the chat when when you instantly knew who the artist was who made the
Yoshida?
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
A question in the chat popped up about how you seem to know every artist from every industry. Where does that knowledge come from? And do you have recommendations on how someone else could build that sort of knowledge?
Read. I'm not trying to be snarky, but reading. I mean, I read a lot and I research a lot. Like if I see something I like, I'll research it. I mean, I'll try to. That's why I think that Pinterest is the devil, and that's because it separates the artist from the art. And like, you know, it's like, oh, well, this is off of Jim Smith's website. It's like, that's not Jim Smith's art, man, you know, because Jim Smith posted it, you know. And so I think Pinterest is evil for separating the art from artists, but like I'll find something that I like and I'll just dig in there and try to find it and figure out who did it and really just dig. Well, I know Ishida's. I want to make porcelain dolls. It's something that I really want to do because I want to make. There's the Russian girl or the Russian woman who makes the really wacky, cool ceramic dolls. And I saw an exhibit of Ishida in Tokyo, and it was so insanely disturbing that I was like, oh, I got to do that. And so, yeah, I mean, like I went to Cal Arts and I got an art degree. And so, you know, we had to read a lot of and study, you know, art history. And I think, you know, just getting a couple good art history books and starting there, because one of the things about, you know, art is that there are, like, if you didn't know, you know, a lot of people basically really knock off a lot of other people's work. And if you don't know your art history, often you don't realize how flagrant some of the knockoffs are and things like that. And yeah, I just think that study, you know, I mean, find the things you like. And what's funny is don't just stick to the things you like. Look up, you know, like if they're part of an art movement, you know, find out what art movement they were part of, and then you can see other people who were creating, because in the past we had art movements, and that was when like-minded people created art with the similar vein and intention. Sadly, I think the last art movement, recent art movement, was like the lowbrow art movement and pop surrealism, and I think that was like the last thing that's been a movement, and that's still a fairly new thing to be gaining, I guess, credibility. You know, Basquiat was the first sort of person in that street art movement that started. But, you know, he was tied to Andy Warhol. And so, of course, he had a little bit more clout. And it took until, I want to say it was 2010 that one of his pieces sold for over $1 million. And that was the first piece of street art that had ever gone at a legitimate, you know, gallery. And I think it was Christie's. It was either Christie's or Sotheby's. It was one of the big pop, modern and pop art shows. But, you know, it's just, you know, keeping an active imagination and an active quest to understand. So, you know, learn about art movements, learn the difference between, you know, that Bauhaus actually came out of the arts and crafts movement in a lot of ways. And this concept of, oh, you know, a lot of modernists were taking, you know, machinery and equipment and this modernization as their movement, where the arts and crafts movement was a rejection of that. So knowing that Stickley and Green and these people were tied to art movements and why that art was made in that way, I think that's probably the best and easiest way to move forward, because then you start to understand why people create. And sadly, you know, that's not nearly as important anymore, because, you know, with YouTube and Instagram and all this, you know, craft means nothing. It's, you know, how do you look in a t-shirt, and now you're an artist because 11,000 ding-dongs think you're an artist. And yeah, you know, art has changed again. And, you know, because you know, there wasn't art for art's sake for a long time. It wasn't really a thing. You know, you were either commissioned or hired by the church. And then, you know, if you look at a lot of classical art, what is it? You know, it's portraits, pictures of events that families wanted. You know, Napoleon wanted a bunch of pictures of him sitting on his horse, you know. It was almost like advertising, you know. I'm sure you can find 1,000 paintings of the Battle of Trafalgar, you know. And so it was a tool of the state and a tool of the wealthy. And then art for art's sake kind of started to happen. And now it's weird. We're in a weird place where, because art and what was considered art usually had craft tied to it. It's like there was no one who didn't know how to draw that got out of Rembrandt's workshop, you know. And now that craft means very little, because I mean, you can draw stick figures and have no talent at all, but if you have, you know, 500,000 followers, then someone will start paying more for your work, whether there's any intrinsic value to that or not. And, you know, that is what it is. It's the change of how our society views things, you know, or what do we value as a society? And now, sadly, what we value are, you know, likes or friends or views or, you know, whatever. And so the art world has sort of changed with it. I mean, like I had never heard of The Weeknd. And I think, you know, I'd heard that song once or twice. But, you know, you got to figure this dude just performed on one of the biggest stages in the world, you know, one of the most watched events in history, you know, and he was a YouTuber, and that's amazing. I mean, you know, the fact that society has changed so much that someone who wasn't a industry standard, or, you know, someone who's been there a long time, it was someone who popped up in 2010. And because, see, and this is how do I know, right? Because they were like, oh, it's The Weeknd. I'm like, I don't even know who the hell that is. I don't know. But I stopped, I Googled him, and then I looked, and then, you know, I looked at what he does with his money, and, you know, I tried to make a decision about him as an artist and as a person. You know, honestly, his music does very little for me. I think he's someone who grew up in the 80s who, you know, was very inspired by Michael Jackson and that whole movement. And, you know, now he's, because the 80s are cool again, I guess, you know, he's popular. Cool. But, you know, 10 years ago, there's nothing in the world he could have done to get that position, because he wasn't tied to a record label in the same way. You know, I mean, just the music industry's changed. So, you know, the fact that people are getting contracts because they're famous on TikTok and things like that, that's not how the world used to work. And I mean, it's not bad or good, it's just different. But art, well, I mean, I have an opinion on whether it's bad or good, but I'm now that those kids don't understand guy. So, you know, I don't know if I'm really the best person to be the arbitrator of good and bad, but yeah, it's really fascinating, and I try to keep myself informed, and I think that is the key. You know, it's how do you go about staying informed? I don't know if that answered or helped in any way, shape, or form, but
Yeah, I think so. And you offered suggestions of other artists or time periods to look up. Would you consider Hubert Robert, who I've never heard of, and other Romanticism to be classed as an art movement?
Well, if he was tied to classicism and in architecture, sure. I mean, well, the question is, was he part of a movement? I mean, were there a group of people who were trying to establish a voice, a vocabulary of creation? What was the name again?
Hubert Robert.
Well, I mean, he was officially part of the school of Romanticism, so yeah. School of Romanticism and art movement. And so, you know, what you had here is what was the point about their movement? What was Romanticism? Romanticism was romanticizing landscapes in the past. A lot of it was ruins. a lot of it was the glory of the past, and it wasn't photorealistic. It wasn't photorealistic in the sense of, oh, there is this place. It's, oh, look at the glory of the past. So this is, yes, a very distinct art movement. And, I think that they're trends, right? They're trends in society. And as, with the turn of the century and the advent of automation and machinery and stuff, it really shook up how art and art movements worked. And you had a lot of people who were trying to sell a lot of things or trying to convey a message, right? And because, see, imaginary view of the Grand Gallery, right? This isn't a real view, but it was the glory of the past. So romanticism. So yeah, I mean, this was very distinctly an art movement. This was a big one, in fact. Right, it's like modern man living in the glory of the past, but turning it into a mundanity, right? There's a lot of contemporary people sitting in these fantastic, this glorious romantic past, but this is what's left, right? And we're just taking a nap on this. And, Caesar was there. Oh, look, here are the pyramids. And, why, you're washing your clothes in the river next to, the grandness of the past. So they had established a vocabulary and a story, right? And you can look at, like, I'm a big mannerist fan. I like mannerism. But, they started to hit a lot faster because, once again, in the past, because I would argue that this is the beginning of art for art's sake, right? Because you had wealthy people who were collecting, and this was no longer representing wealth. And when I say that, I mean, if you look at Leonardo's work, look at Michelangelo's work, these were both people who were hired by the church, hired by the doges, hired by the important families in Italy. So there's lots of portraits, lots of events that these families partook in. It wasn't fantasy, it was propaganda. Where when you get to some of these movements heading into the another turn of the century, well, this is a little earlier than that, right? What is this, 1733? Yeah, 1808. Yeah, so the turning of the 18th century, you started to get a lot more of this because at the end of the 18th century, you also had the rise of commercialism. So you had the monarchies were starting to fail. You had the rise of the merchant class, I guess, and so you had people with money who didn't have famous family members and didn't have, grand battle scenes but they wanted to express their wealth. And so buying things that weren't necessarily, power propaganda, you started getting things that were decorative, that were pretty, that were interesting. These are interesting. And so you have that hanging in your salon. Now it's something to talk about, where before it was, look at my family. We're older than you. We're richer than you. We're more powerful than you. And same with the church, So yeah, without a question, this is a, what's that now? Particularly important. See you, Jermander. Jerry Mammy. Better sculptors than me? Well, yeah, there are a lot of better sculptors than me. For sure. I mean, look at all the Cupids in the world that are so much better than mine.
But not a single one of them has the face you're going to put on that sucker.
That's right. Well, you never know. Hold on. Let's just make sure. I've got to know now.
Deadpool wasn't talking about you.
Oh well. Well, no pictures come up really straight, so I might have this one. I find that kind of shocking, though. How could you not have Link and Cupid? I mean, that only makes sense to me, doesn't it?
No. Oh,
Really?
to you, yeah.
Oh. I was like, that seems like a perfect answer to this, right? Oh. Well, I mean, it's funny because I don't know this. See, these are comments that I don't know if I should ever make. But the thing is like I actually think about things. A lot of people just like, they let things go by. And so it's really funny. Here's a prime example. Like my housemate Lee. Lee's 76. She's lived in Seattle her entire life. She owned bars. She's not an intellectual in quotes intellectual, right? She lived her life. She learned the things she needed to learn. I think she graduated high school. Education in the sense of the ivory tower, education for education's sake, wasn't part of her life. And art was definitely not part of her life. And so now she has to deal with me. And it's hysterical because I hate TV. I hate TV. Commercials make me want to commit homicide daily. But I now go have social time with her, because I'm there to kind of help her out and hang out with her. And, so we have Bailey's time. And then during breakfast, I'll sit with her on the couch and, talk with her and about her day and stuff. But I can't sit there and watch TV without saying something about the horror show that is TV. And like I comment on commercials. And the other thing I do is I break down shapes, right? I mean, when I look at someone's face, I'm like, oh, his jaw is very short. He has a very large upper head, oh, look, his face or her face is wider than normal, blah, 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 blah. So I'm always commenting on things. And I'm like commenting on, color schemes that they use to try to use as influence. And, oh, look, they're using these angles to try to do this. And, oh, look, they're doing that. And Lee is just like, you've ruined my life. Now I think about all this crap all the time. She's like, how do you just think that much? She's like, all you do is think. I'm like, yeah, it's kind of what I do. I think about stuff. And so when I say, yeah, I think about these things, a lot of people don't. And like lyrics, that's another thing that just blows me away. People do not listen to the lyrics of songs. And that's another reason I can't listen to music, especially music with lyrics when I'm working, because all I do is hear the asinine things that people say in music. It makes me absolutely crazy. And I'll never forget my friend was, he was part of 18th Street Gang, and you're dealing with a 6'5", just beautiful black man who was he was a serious gang member. And he just loved this heavy metal, just this jamming heavy metal band. He loved them. And we're lying back one day at my space. I leased out to clubs. And one day we were all just kind of sitting around, and he put this on, and I'm just like, oh God, you're killing me, dude. But we're lying around, just hanging out, listening and stuff and this and that. And I finally listen to this song. And I'm like, have you listened to the words of the song? And he's like, what are you talking about? It's like, da, 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 and he says XXX and la, 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 la. I'm like, the main refrain of this song is die, Negro, die, blah, 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 blah. And they're talking about stomping black people. And I'm like, dude. And of course, I look them up on the internet. And it happens to be a white supremacist band talking about how all the wonderful ways they, kill black people and Jews. And I was just like, this is your favorite band, you jackass? And he's like, well, I never really listened to it. Oh my God, you're killing me. Now, to be fair, it wasn't very clear. I mean, it's like, it's not, but I listened and I was like, oh my God, dude, no, you are fired. You are never allowed to pick a band again. You just blew it. And I don't know, it's just, I think it's very, very important to process the information that we are given, because as a image maker, I know that a lot of images pure propaganda, and I want to know what you're selling me, And so, but when I research things, I research them pretty heavily. Like, I really want to know what you're talking about. And that goes along with, history. Because it's like, I find Lovecraft's work really interestingly compelling. And I have a history with it in the sense of, like, as a kid, I read it and this, that, and the other thing. Well, obviously now we know that Lovecraft was, a horrible racist. And it's funny, and I have mixed feelings about how to deal with some of this stuff, because I do think that it's important that we understand that. But what's interesting about Lovecraft is this fear of the alien and his true just like paranoia and fear of black people at the time, really is the inspiration and the fear inside these books, the fear of the other. And, it's very hard because, it's not hard to say that's completely wrong, but it's very hard to completely disregard the past off of current. And I know that historical relativism is a slippery slope, but, you do also say, well, okay, if you were raised in a world where slavery was something that was part and legal and everywhere around you, you didn't even think about questioning that. And I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm not saying it's right. I don't think there's a justification for the acceptance of it. I am a absolute, complete, and firm believer in equality. And, these are the struggles of, modernism, in the sense of we live in a society where this can no longer be accepted. But I also think that, trying to destroy the past, you lose some of the factors that made these events happen. I know we had a very big discussion between a lot of my peers and my friends and stuff when they were talking about taking down all of the Confederate statues. And I was like, oh, well, yeah, you should take them all down. Now, or either take them down or turn them into educational things. Because it's very easy for people to go, oh, well, these were in celebration of Civil War heroes. Well, no, they weren't. They were in celebration of treasonists who actually were jailed and hung for their behavior. But most people don't know that those were actually built during Jim Crow to be symbols of oppression for newly freed slaves. And so, yes, those are tools of oppression. That's not art. That is propaganda, right? And, I think that it's very important that we remove them from the normality of society. There's no place for the normalizing of something that was built as an oppressive thing. But to disregard everything that was ever done because there was slavery at the time becomes a really tricky thing, because there's been slavery forever. How do you decide what to keep and what to disregard? Well, I think we can turn these things into learning events, because they were talking about the big Andrew Jackson statue. No, not Andrew Jackson. General Lee, the General Lee statue in Savannah. And there were over 2 million slaves sold through the Savannah slave port. And that statue is at the end of, I think it's called Monument Way or Monument Road. And I think it's about 1.5 miles to 3 miles. I can't remember. I haven't been there in a very, very long time. But it's this huge phallic statue at the end of the road in this circle. And I was like, well, what they should do is, instead of tearing it down, what you should do is, from the very beginning of that road to the very end of that road, put 2 million human representations. And can you imagine how packed that whole center would be of sculptures of, people, well, particularly black people or slaves. And that makes what happened there tangible. And you can't blow that off. You know what I mean? You can't go, oh, well, they're like, no, that's a representation of every slave that was sold through this port, and having that statue be the culmination of that. You're like, this is what this man represented, was this, I think we can take these things and turn them into learning events, as opposed to removing them from the context of history. Because I don't think that helps anyone. I do think leaving them in context of public adoration is a problem, but these are very tricky things when it comes down to, it's not tricky that they shouldn't be disregarded as, a lionization of a past that didn't exist. Art's crazy stuff.
Woo. That was a journey.
I guess that was on my mind with old Abe here.
Seemed like it, yes.
Which is such a tricky thing, It's like, where does how as a society do we decide how to deal with history? I think honesty is the most important part there. And that's the one thing that the Confederate statues are not. They are not honest representations of the past. All right, so you got an earful of weirdness. Sorry. ZBrush is like, oh my God, Tomas, stop talking.
Right. It's an excellent subject matter for your channel.
Well,
and I think it's a good topic anywhere, but it's hard to engage in a conversation like that on someone else's channel and know, when should we just start talking about sculpting again?
I was talking about sculpting, though.
Well, You were talking about sculptures.
Right, that's sculpting. I so don't even want to figure out a folded flag. I'm just so not that excited.
That's what that is.
Shh. It was a surprise.
Well, you just said it. Anyway.
They can hear me? Oh, damn it.
So we have a question. Why not use the new dynamics for the cloth thing?
Well, I mean, I could. I just, to be deadly honest, I'm so not used to using it. I'm used to just slagging something down in my jewelry work. I don't really use it much. So this is just my natural tendency to start here and just work through it. So, because the other reason is I'd have to sit here and try to figure out how to get it to work how I wanted it to. And you all watching me sitting around cussing about it, it probably wouldn't make the... I don't know that I would give the... I don't know that I would give the tool... I think that I would turn more people off to using the tool by you all trying to watch me to use it than ZBrush would gain from me demoing it. Does that make sense? Like,
Yeah, you can't do it justice. It's a very powerful tool that you don't know how to use. So
right. And I think that you all would just go, oh my God, I'm never using that tool. Look at that. I tend to try to not use tools I don't know about. You know, like I did use the ZSpheres today because, well, I mean, I remember when that was one of the only ways we had to get geometry in. So I'd used ZSpheres before, but I haven't used ZSpheres in a long time. And that's why when someone had a question about ZSpheres, we went to someone who actually knew. Not, I'm not going to pretend to answer something I have no clue about. So, you know, I'm a sculptor. I'm used to just kind of sculpting, but at the same time, I'm kind of being lazy too. So I don't know if this is very compelling either. So yeah, I don't know. It's catch-22. At least this makes me look like a tool and not ZBrush. How's that?
that's the answer.
I respect ZBrush too much to make them look as goofy as... where are my resolution? Lower. There we go. What is going on with this? Oh, look at that. We had Sculptures Pro on. I wondered why my geometry was so weird. I hate when I do that. But that explains why my geometry is garbage. Because my geometry is garbage. See? The dangers of Sculptures Pro. You got to remember that you turn it on. And or remember to turn it off before you do something. Yeah, I'm good. I'll do this. I don't really feel like remeshing it. We don't need a ton of... no. Boop. All right, there we go. Close enough to spit on, right? Come on, you. Actually, let's actually Dynamesh it down here so I can restroke it. All right, because this is what I want. And I have an idea. I know that's dangerous, but...
Oh, no.
I know,
Where are we
right?
going?
Goodness gracious, this is so non-dynamic. This kind of sucks.
Well, you've only really been sculpting on it for 10 minutes.
Yeah, I know, but it's still kind of garbage. You know, if I'm going to critique other people, I can be honest with myself and say this is a poo sculpture. But, once again, if I were actually taking this sculpture serious, I would take the advice that I have told many of people when they ask questions almost exactly about this. And that is, I would have gotten a piece of fabric and folded it over and actually looked at what was going on. This is just way too straight and staid, and it's not very dynamic and all of that. But once again, this is a holiday. This is a holiday sculpture. Oh my goodness.
Your baby's wearing mittens. That's the other.
I'll put fingers on him, damn it. Trust me, I'll get to the fingers eventually. Oh, that's the wrong one. Here. At least he has sort of fingers. Right? Kind of. Do I need to stop and sculpt the hands for you right now so you
No.
can see them with
Do you
me?
know? Do you remember a long time ago? There's that game with these. You and a friend would have these hooked plastic things, and you'd sort of whip your wrist, and it would launch a ball to the other person, and they'd catch it in their little plastic hook.
So it was like a fake highlight kit.
It might have been highlight. I don't know what that is. I don't know what the name of this thing is.
Well, look up highlight. And it's like a
Highlight?
kid's version of... how do you spell highlight? It's J-A-I...
Oh yeah, I was way wrong.
Um,
Yes,
is that what we're
you've
talking
given them highlight hands.
That's funny. Wow. Hey, at least I knew what you were talking about. Look at that.
You sure did.
Pulled
And
another one
it's
right
all-
out of my butt. I know Japanese, weird Japanese doll makers and romanticism and highlight. Here, we're going to... You ready for this? This is going to get really exciting here. Commentary on the State of the Union, right? Come on. Turn back face masking off. No, whoa, whoa. Is it sucking it up? Oh, yeah. Right on, look at that. Oop. Sucking it down. Come on. I need that really thin. Now watch me try to do this and it not do it. Because it does it unintentionally all the time. But whenever I want it to do it, it just nothing ever works. And that's true with a lot of things, but with ZBrush, it's so spectacularly true. When you try to demo something and it's just like, you're like, come on, you do this to me every day. How can I not get you to do this?
Yeah, only when it's live.
Oop, wrong one. All right, do it. Do it. Kind of did it there. I wanted it more out here, though. See what I was shooting for there? I was trying to get a holes and a rustic edge.
Mission accomplished.
Well, not really.
I mean, it had holes. It was rustic.
I see how you are. You're so supportive.
Yeah.
I'm glad to have you around.
I think you're doing a great job. You know, in a cooking challenge show, every time a chef does a really bad job on presentation, at least, but generally the whole dish, they present it as rustic.
Because that means it's been beat to snot.
Yeah.
What is the definition of rustic? Things that you picked out of your garage. That have been beat to
Unintentionally
snot.
bad, but I'm going to pretend I meant it to be that way.
Yes, that's what I meant to do.
Yeah.
That's why I tell people to use reference, because you can't play that game with yourself. No, that's what I meant it. No, that's not what you meant. Stop. Excuse me.
I do it all the time. I'll be working on a piece and I just can't get it to look on the screen the way it looks in my head, and I'll just slowly convince myself that's what I meant.
Yeah. No, that's a...
I think I like it like this, actually.
Yeah, no, actually, see, my subconscious was really in tune with my desires. Yeah. Nope. Nope. Oh, whatever. Okay. I'm starting to get frustrated with myself because I keep trying to... I can't decide if to spend the time to make it right or just to make a swirly thing.
So the question would be, and this is a question we've talked about before, how do you know what to do when you don't know what to do? And I think in this case, it's start working on the Cupid, and as it comes together, maybe the folds of the flag start to become more apparent.
Well, and I kind of had something in my mind, and then I started the slow, sloppy way. I tried to cheese out from the very beginning. And sadly, I sit here and I look and I'm like, oh man, are you kidding me? Why did you even go that direction? And then it's like, well, it doesn't really matter. But my OCD is like, yeah, you look like a tool. And not that I care what I look like. It's more just, you know, I am somewhat supposed to be a pseudo-professional at what I do. It was like, I don't know if this is a very good representation for ZBrush again.
It looks pretty good to me.
It'll be great. It'll be great. All right, so... actually... we eventually have to come out here and just pull this crap out and make this more dynamic. Because once again, what's your problem? You're sculpting flat, you big jerkus. Okay. That helped dramatically. Look at that. So much better. Man, now I have these holes in my mesh.
I know where those came from.
Not where I want them either. That's not nice. Bad. Bad dog. All right. Close enough. See, there's no real tension to that. That's the problem, is it's just flat and horrible. But whatever. We'll deal with flat and horrible. Because you really don't want to sit here and watch me try to figure out how I'm... Where is the field of stars and where are the stripes, and how am I going to represent them through the folds?
Oh my goodness. You really should have sculpted it flat and used cloth tools if you want to be that specific about it.
I know. That's why I'm like, yeah, no, I don't. I'm not going to try to be that specific about it. And that's exactly what I probably would have done, honestly, if I were going to be that picky. But that does keep coming through my mind. See, my OCD wants me to think that way.
We've only got a couple hours.
Yeah, exactly.
Eric said UV.
Ah, look at you go.
See, he's a professional.
Yeah, he actually knows how to resolve the issue, as opposed to my horrible mess here, but whatever.
And I bet I could point you to a website where he teaches you how to do stuff like that.
Really? Where could that be?
ZBrushStoryWorkshop.com.
Why don't you put a link up there so I could see?
And that's the sound of shilling.
We all complained that I suck so bad at it. I figured I'd give it a shot. Was it convincing?
I don't like it.
No. I'm no good at it. I'm just absolutely no good at it. It's really tragic how bad I am at it. Because like Shane can advertise his, he talks about his site and he talks about the stuff he does. And it's, he's honestly sharing information with you. It sounds nice. I say something like, I have a website. Now I feel like a jerk, I am the worst salesman in the world. And I think that's because I hate salesmen. Like, I hate being sold things because I'm a research monkey. It's like, trust me, if I'm here to buy this, I know why I want it. You don't have to sell me. Step away. Just.
Yeah. If I needed it, I would have Googled it already.
Right. Trust me. I probably know more about your product right now than you do. Okay. Close enough. Okay. Boop. He's okay. Fine. I'll do the hands so I don't have to hear about it. But I'm only doing the hands as much as I did the feet, and the feet are not very exciting. Okay.
He's wearing elf shoes. Elf shoes and mittens.
But see, the problem is babies are all puffy.
Yes, it's true.
I don't want to.
Tell me why that's a problem.
Well, because the problem is if I actually start getting involved with it, it means I'm going to try to make it right.
Mm.
And I don't care enough to make it right. But my lizard brain's like, you're being a slack ass jerk. And so then it's
I would argue you do care enough, and that's why your lizard brain is calling you a jerk, but you don't have the time. And I know you don't have the time.
Wow, that's a really good sell. See, way to cover for me. I appreciate that.
I don't want to be here until 4 a.m. because your baby's wearing mittens.
Well, if you keep saying that, we're going to be here until 4 a.m. I hope you know that this is a total catch-22 for you. I know how much you love the heckle at this moment, but at the same time, the more you heckle me, the more I'm going to want to make it right.
I'm exacerbating the problem. Oh,
yes.
No.
But it's too funny not to hassle me over. So it's like this real big catch-22 for you.
Now, when you're done with this piece, because you're Tomas, are you going to make it a jewelry piece or just leave it a Cupid?
Oh, yeah, no way in the world I'm making this a jewelry piece.
Well, I mean, not like in reality, but are you going to put, a place for a jump ring or a chain?
No.
Okay.
Nah. No. That's a level of concern. Once again, that would be like kind of pretending that I'm serious about this. And that would be horrifying. Because then I would actually have to be serious about it. And then I'd actually have to deal with it. And no. I'm making a friggin' Lincoln Cupid. Just saying. Now watch everybody else make these absolutely beautiful sculpts. That's the other thing. Some of these guys are super fast. It's just not fair. I mean, I guess I'm fast at kind of what I do, but I'm just never super fast when it comes to this stuff.
Yeah, you can make a completed eternity ring in minutes.
That is very true. That is true. And boy, is that something to be proud of.
I mean, yeah.
Woohoo! I can make an eternity ring like nobody's business. I don't get to make Hulk sculptures. It's no fair. Just wait till I start teaching how to make toys. Yeah.
It'll be something.
It'll probably be more entertaining.
I don't know if it gets more entertaining. I mean that in a positive way. I don't know how you took it.
Well, I am not even going to answer that.
I don't know how you took it, but I meant it's plenty entertaining. I don't know what it looks like to get more entertaining. Having a soundtrack and some explosions.
I can't believe that hand's horrible. That is absolutely abysmal.
The backside of it is something, but
well, you're not supposed to look at the backside. This is a one view shot, man. I'm not doing the back.
Stop showing me the back then.
No, we can kind of see the back. Oh, this is horrible. What sucks is I know enough about anatomy that this actually is painful to me. I don't know if people understand that. Oh, it's so embarrassing. I haven't really thought about it. Obviously. I think that's pretty obvious, isn't it? Oh,
yep.
Painful.
It's perspective.
See, I don't look at enough baby hands and stuff. It's the pudginess that I'm trying to retain that I'm failing miserable at. Well, okay, no, I'm failing miserable at making a hand at the moment. But it's because I keep trying to think of it as pudgy. See, like, I think this is too long. Like, don't babies have, like, weird little short, cubey, pudgy hands?
If I Google baby fingers, it's going to ruin my algorithm.
Oh my God. Look, the hand's totally in the wrong place.
And I'll tell you what, they look pretty much like just small fingers.
Do they?
Yeah, they really do. Like the small fingers of a large person. They're a little pudgy around the joints, though the knuckles are sunken in. So the girthiness is obvious.
That's all you're getting. I'm sick of the hand already. I'm done. We have so much more Lincoln to do than baby. Right? I'm pretty sure that's my story. I'm sticking to it. Oh, you know, maybe I will turn it into a piece of jewelry because then I can just make it like silver and move on. I don't have to think about coloring it.
See?
Because you know what? There is no such thing as leaving things in blue material anymore. If it's not rendered, it's not real.
I mean, it could be a desk statue, so it doesn't need like a jump ring and whatnot.
Oh, I don't have keyshot. I can't render.
Ooh.
Okay, I'm not even gonna play with hands. I'm gonna shock you in how I deal with the hands later. Okay. Because the hands are just annoying me because I did not prepare them to actually be sculpted. And that's very annoying to me. All right. Let's work on old Abe here. First thing, Abe got to be a lot happier than this. This is a very morose Abe, I think.
He saw his body.
Ouch. Wow. It's a hard crowd. Okay. That needs to be a lot lower than 51. Well, that's it. I'll just leave everything chiselly and we'll call it a sculpture, right?
That's a valid approach.
There we go. Solved. I gotta break his hands off and just leave little stumps. It's rustic.
It's rustic.
Rustic A. Oh, that's not clay tubes. Yes, I am just giving Abe a big old stupid smile.
It fits. And this is a really good demonstration of why you keep your subdivisions, why that's important.
Yes, it is. Oh, should I have Abe winking at you? Hold on. We could, like, push this up in a big wink.
Is that a play on words? Abe winking?
Abe winking? Oh, Abe winking. Button smiling. We need to mask off his little eye right here. And you always hear people go, oh, he's not smiling until you see it in the eyes. Well, this is what happens is all these muscles contract. They come up higher. They get puffier. Lower res. Look at that happy Abe. Oh, he's happy. Let's get a little pinchy in there. A little pinchy in there. This side of the mouth got a little weird. That's okay. We can fix it in post. didn't take that lip with it, did it?
Yeah, it got shifted over a little bit.
Yeah, those little... I'm throwing down the gauntlet. And we'll give him a little bit more defined wrinkles because, right, his face is all puckering up. Yeah, see, I just think it's probably much more edifying to the audience for critiques.
I think if the audience is asking questions, because you'll stop working on what you're sculpting to so thoroughly answer a question. But if people aren't asking questions,
then this is a living hell.
I mean, I certainly wouldn't call it a hell, but I think unless you verbalize, you know, every single thing that you're doing, then there, you know, there isn't a ton of content.
What was that?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Pretty exciting stuff. Smirky Lincoln.
Yeah, just a little Mona Lisa vibe on him.
Right, exactly.
That's what he would have wanted.
Yeah, I think so. He's a pretty classy dude.
I think I like Lincoln.
Okay. That means this guy come up more.
What's the difference between clay tubes and TS clay tubes?
I just have my presets on it. my lazy mouse presets. So my lazy step. Oh wow, is this clay? No, that's move. I'm like, that's wrong. I have my lazy step set at 003, my smooth at 8, my roll distance 10, radius 30, and so it just makes for a smoother brush. And then I just turn that off. So it's just purely a. Hold on. I do need a reference for a wink before I completely mangle this. Look, see, actually,
oh my goodness.
Putin has an insidious wink, doesn't he? Look at that.
That's a lot of emojis.
Yeah, it's a lot of emojis. Okay. Look at that insidious guy. He's so funny. All right.
Something about a wink doesn't look as good when it's static.
Well, okay, hold on. Very important thing here. Duplicate. Before I go mangling this.
Is quick save necessary right now?
Oh no, I completely duplicated it. I'm doing it on a completely different tool. So. And then we are going to move this whole side of the face up. Nope. Turn that off. I feel like I'm kind of lucky that you don't have the camera today because I've been making a lot of ducky faces.
Do you have any advice on decimating from, say, 15 million polys to 1 million? They want to know if they should do it in steps or just
no.
just do it.
1 million is pretty much more than enough to retain most of your detail. I mean, depending, obviously depending on what it is. If it's very subtle surface details, yeah, and, doing it in steps isn't really going to. Either the 1 million polys is going to be able to retain the geometry, or it's not. And if you just jam it in there, give it a shot. If it doesn't work, go to 1.3 mil or something in that vein. Where.
Or if there's some really specific geometry you want to keep, go down to the million and use Sculptors Pro and project.
And bring it back. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Let's move that whole lip over. Winky Lincoln? I don't know, he looks quite like Lincoln anymore, but he's kind of there. This is your fault, I want you to know that.
Heck yeah, it is. I will take full credit.
You're like, without a doubt, that's my doing.
That is Abraham Lincoln, the Cupid. Which, I mean, I can't think of anything better to represent Valentine's Day at this point.
Right? Now see, if I were really going to do this, I would give like his beard totally that Cupid hair, you know, those swirly curls.
On his beard.
Because that would be funny. I like that line better. Oh my god. It's absurd. It's just silliness. Crazy talk. It was just crazy talk. And I hope Chad understands that I've been given a time limit. No 4 a.m.
Nope. I'm going to cheat here. By the way, Rake makes crappy hair, just so you people know. But, no, I hate it. I can't do it. I can't do it. So what do you suggest instead?
I suggest I'll think about it in a bit. So now the question is, do we give him a Cupid helmet or do we give him the top hat? I think we have to give him a top hat.
Cupid helmet?
Yeah, Cupid always wore Apollo's helmet. Sort of that maroon with little wings on the sides of it.
I'm looking. Google image search would beg to differ.
Really? There's very
Yeah.
famous statues of Cupid with the little helmet on. Didn't Cupid work for Hermes? Sort of like, see, these are all flat. You know, the one that sort of looks like more like that. Yeah, sort of like that helmet there. Wait, where'd it go? Didn't Cupid work for, like this sort of, almost, yeah, you know, where it was a little flatter and splayed out? Am I like completely high on crack?
I think you're making that up. Cupid has his own wings. Why does he need that helmet?
Hold on. There's a famous statue of Cupid's fighting. Or at least this is the image that I have. Hold on. Ha! Ha 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 ha. See the little helmet on him? Do you not see that? See the little
Before
helmet?
to show up, yes, you found the one Cupid wearing a helmet.
Well, it's funny because this is the statue that I remember because he's like holding a bag of rocks and it's called Cupid Cupid fighting. And I'm just like, I always thought that was just awesome. A little fat Cupid jerk like plunging someone else like a tennis ball in a sock. So that stuck in my head. Sorry, that was the statue.
Yeah, I think the thing stuck in your head is not the norm for Cupid.
Look up and see if Cupid worked for Hermes or Ares. One of the two. They're the same guy.
Let's see. Often portrayed as the son of the love goddess Venus and the god of war Mars.
Hmm.
His Greek counterpoint is Eros.
Yeah, I don't know. My mythology. What I retain. See, photographic memory. I remember the picture of the Cupid bludgeoning the other Cupid with an arrow. That's what stuck in my head. And yet, doesn't Cupid always carry around a bag of rocks? Cupid.
Yeah. Love rocks.
Well, it's like,
And a slingshot, I think.
yeah, but it still looks like a bag of rocks. Like, weren't cherubim like really annoying? They're not like pleasant little buggers. They're like, who did cherubim work for?
Oh, Lord, I don't know. They were just a thing in art I absolutely never understood.
Look up cherubim and see what it says. Anything there to support my erroneous information?
Not yet.
Damn it, Jim. I'm just a sculptor.
Yeah, and every different religion represents them in a completely different way, so it's hard to figure out what reference you have.
Yeah.
Though I assume fairly Catholic, that sort of thing.
Well, no, I'm thinking something older. I don't know where. I'll have to think about that one. Because I'm not quite sure where I'm pulling that from. He had a really tall hat. That's my story. I'm sticking to it.
It's true. And it only made the tallest president look even more menacing.
I just love the picture with him with all those soldiers. It's just like, dude, you make all of those guys look so small. It's just so not fair. Those poor guys. And what's really funny is I don't think he wore a tapered. I think his stovepipe was pretty darn stovepipey, but we're gonna give him a tapered stovepipe. I mean, how many head links tall was that hat? I did have Lincoln references here.
If it starts to lean into Alice in Wonderland territory, I won't be mad about it.
That's true. I just want to look at that picture because I mean, I think that it's actually bigger than I'm giving it credit for. Because there's that picture of him in that hat with those poor soldiers. You're just like, oh my god, dude. Oh, there it is. Well, that one's not so tall, is it? It's a face and a bit. Yeah, see, it has a little taper there at the top. These poor little fellas. It's just absurd. All these guys are out there killing things, and they look at this poor dude. He's just like, I mean, seriously. Poor Abe had to look down on these fellas. That's a shoulder line. Waist. Knees. Good old Abe. Facing a bit, actually, that's not bad. He did work lower on his head, though. Oops. Crease. Edge loop complete.
Now, why at this stage wouldn't you pull the brim out before you decimate?
Because I'm going to make the brim out of a completely different tool. So I don't have to futz with the bottom. Also because I want to put a little bit of a curve in it. And I don't want to sit there and struggle with the bottom of the hat. I'm just going to make a disc, kind of get it where I want it.
Cool.
Boop, boop. What?
Cool.
Oh, I thought you were like, I was like, oops. Control, drag. Oh, sorry. Delete lower. Boop. Oh, delete higher. Fine. Oh, cylinder. And see, it's at the same angle, right? As long as you don't reset your gizmo. But this way I can kind of futz with it here. You know, kind of determine how I want it. I want it a little bit bigger. And I want a little bit of dip. Get a little bit of that edge curve in it. He has to have a rakish cast to his heart-laden, debonair stovepipe.
What?
See, he has a devilish rake to his hat.
I'm pretty sure you just said words to find out if I was paying attention.
I wouldn't do something like that. Who would do something like that? Split masked. Where are you? I know I have you here. There. Boop. I'm gonna crease this. Stop it. Has no one said anything in chat? That's really depressing. They're like, we are so done with you, you lunatic.
No, they're chatting. I haven't seen any questions come through. Except Eric wants to know why in the world cherubs are part of art.
Yeah. That's one that,
I'll
because
never know.
old cardinals like to look at naked boys. Oh, did I say that out loud?
As true as that is, wrong stream, wrong stream.
Right? Sorry. I was raised Catholic, people. You have to forgive me. Okay. Oh man, I still have to make wings for this bad guy. So much work to do. Merge down. No, here, let's do this first. That's way too much geometry for that. Hide Lincoln's head. There's a flat bottom. Boop. Classy. Extract. Love that edge. Super nice. Super nice. Doobadoo. See, 189,000 polys for that is ridiculous. Redonkulous.
Not enough?
Sadly,
Need a couple million?
it puts all the geometry in the wrong place. What am I doing? I'm being silly again. Okay. Delete. Go away. Dun, 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 dun. Duplicate. No. Cancel. Duplicate, not delete. Now we're going to come back up here and undo all this buffoonery. Nope. Somewhere I lost. It's when I merged them down. Whale poop. That's okay.
What's your plan?
I don't know. I'm gonna. Whoa, no, cancel. I keep trying to delete my hat. Nope. It's not gonna give it to me. It's not gonna do it. That's okay. Cylinder.
It's interesting to watch you work through this because I know exactly how I would do it, and it's just fascinating to see how somebody else would accomplish this same.
You would have done this all in one tool and just pulled it out.
I think originally I would have, but if I
Yeah.
found myself in the situation you're in now, I would Boolean subtract brim from tall part, split to parts, and delete that lower chunk, and then Boolean the two remaining chunks together, and they'd fit.
True. But how would you get this to match this curve?
Get the bottom part to match the curve.
We'll see what I'm doing right now.
So if you Boolean subtracted the brim from the top part and then split, that would bifurcate the taller section into two chunks. So the top part would have the exact same curve as the brim, and then that lower part you just delete,
Fair enough.
right?
I do believe that could work. I think that, yeah. Here, we'll do it your way in just one sec. Let me get it kind of where I want it. And then I'm going to crease edge. And crease it. Oh no, don't need the crease edge. I forgot that's a solid. So crease that edge and crease that edge. And that'll cover that when I divide this. All right. Oh, no, don't divide it. Have to split it before I divide it. Split mass points. Now I can divide it. All right. So we got that. So you're saying, let us duplicate. And we're going to drag this groover down here. We're going to put this in a new folder. Label your folders. It's really important. Come here. Hit start. Hit subtractive. Hide this, hide this, hide this. Turn transparency off. Turn that on. Turn that on. come to here, W, drag you up. Did I drag the right one up? I did. And now, Boolean folder. Auto group. Split parts. Okey-doke. Delete that. We have that. We have that. Oh. No. We have this. We hide that. We now have this. W, center. Make it bigger. Input on our bottom. So like that.
My visual's a little behind. It'll come in a second. Yeah, we were attempting to accomplish different tasks there, but yeah, that's a good solution for that. I was talking about removing everything under the brim to get rid of. You know,
oh, you weren't
extra
talking
cylinder
about
length
making the
that's under
band?
the brim. No, I was behind you on that.
Oh, okay. Oh, to get stuff behind the brim, all I would do is knock this edge off with trim dynamic
Yeah.
because it's going to be inside Abe's head.
Well, then what I meant was, yeah, to make that brim. That's how I'd have done it.
Yeah, that was it. There we go. Boop. Yeah, I would just trim it back. I wouldn't even worry about it.
Boring, and also much easier.
I was like, well, I could kind of roll with that. You're like, that's not even what I was just talking about. You're like, yeah, nope, that's not where I was headed with that at all.
I was wondering why you were moving the brim up.
To be the cutting line.
Yeah,
I was supporting
I get
your
it
idea.
now.
Honestly, that's a much cleaner product.
That's what I meant. You know, you did exactly what I had in my head, except not even slightly.
All right, so whoa. I got a little excited with my trim back there. Let's do that, just so I don't get a little wacky there. Fine, I guess you have to pay a little bit of attention, which actually, be just a lot easier if I got rid of Abe's head again. There we go. Boop. Abe, you're making me look like a fool here. Oh no, it was. No, where's the one? This is the one. See, when you do things separate ways, though, you got to remember which one you're doing. Boop. There we go. Oh, crap. I think I blew it. I think I just deleted the one that I was supposed to keep.
Uh-oh.
Oh, like it matters. It's the band. But damn it, Jim. I'm just a sculptor. Oh, here we go. Now I'm just going to completely mangle everything again. All right, let's just stop it. This needs to be divided. Divide. There we go. At least now it has some geometry. I'm going to give it a little texture here just so it has some texture. Because it's a sculpture, remember?
Rustic.
Rustic, it's rustic. And that's still, I don't know what I did there, but we're just going to take you and move you down. SK trim, and we're going to come back over it and give it little flat spots. All right. Now the question is, where do we put the big heart? See, I should have stuck with him having the bow and arrow, because then I wouldn't have to worry about it. He would have mittens.
Oh.
Maybe I should go back and change that now.
Do you normally wear mittens when you shoot a bow?
No, but it's a fist. So it's a mitten with little lines cut in it.
Accurate, yes.
I'm so going to change him up. I now know what I'm going to do with the hands.
Now you got to model a bow.
Now I'm just going to put 2 big arrows in his hands. He's going to be double mitten some arrows. Okay, fine. I'll make a bow. That's easy.
I mean, you could give him a bag of rocks if you want to.
No one will understand that.
Bag of rocks and a slingshot. And no one's going to understand this.
What? This is so clear. it's Abraham Lincoln Cupid. I mean, it's a total holiday standard, man. I don't know what you're talking about. This is every holiday. I mean, come on. Chat. Does this make sense? Come on, everybody. This is totally a love-oriented. Okay. So now I have to append. Oh, I have to. Oh, let's go back here. Where'd he go? There he is. We have to
Chat
merge.
doesn't like that. Chat doesn't like that your heart is touching your brim.
Oh my god. Damn it, chat. Fine. See, this is what happens when you give people critiques for months as they come back and haunt you.
You got some snarky people now. It's only your fault.
It is my fault. I agree. I did it. I created an environment that was safe for snark. Luckily, Sarah's in bed, or she'd be snarky. See, luckily, the people who are very vocal in our little community all live on the East Coast, so.
They're all asleep.
Yes.
The plan is working.
Oh, merge visible. Append. Oh. Wow. Scale differences are important, huh? No, wrong. I just scaled that again. Let's try this again. How big did I make this thing? Oh, I based it on their mannequins. Their mannequins are tiny. Oh no. Oh no, that's the right direction. Okay.
Oh my lord.
It's Abraham Lincoln. That's just that's horrible. I am so gonna cheat and put a bow and arrow in his hands, man. All right, so now let's determine head scale. That's actually pretty good. I mean, because you don't want it realistic. You know, I think. What do you think? Smaller?
I think it could be a little smaller.
That's about baby head size, right?
There you go.
Right, there we go. Okay.
There you go.
All right. Is Are you ready for this? You're going to love this. It's fist. Look at that.
Perfect.
I knew you'd like that. Now, what would be really funny is if we made his hands to scale with his head. That would be awesome. No, not going to do it. Okay. So we need to get rid of this. Let's hide Babe there. Is Eric still here? Can I send him the model? Will he do a rendering for me?
I'm pretty sure he's still here. Yep, he said yes. Well,
All
he
right.
said yes to one of those two questions. We can get this on Instagram tomorrow.
Oh, hell yeah. Well, we have to send it in to Kyle because I know that he's super excited about getting this out there because this is just complete awesome sauce. Where'd you go there? Wow, it's just not going to give up that edge, is it? Fine. I'll stop being lazy and I'll do it right. Do we know if Abe was left-handed or right-handed? For some reason, I want to say he was left-handed.
I'll Google it. Left-handed.
Yeah, I have weird stuff in my brain, don't I?
Yes, you do.
Okay. Where are we? I don't think I have the capacity to pudgy him out to make him look like a cherub. I just don't have the will for that. I will give him a short baby neck, though.
I'll forgive you.
Baby neck, baby neck, baby neck. Oh, that's baby back, isn't it? Sorry.
They're selling baby neck ribs.
What's a baby neck?
There was a
baby?
communication breakdown somewhere in the company.
He needs to be twisted just a wee bit, but that's okay. We'll get to that later. It's not a very good... There's not good rhythm in old Abe right now, but... Because really, his head needs to be kind of like that, and then we need to twist the body a little more, right? He'll get there. We'll get him there. Okay, so now I'm just going to cheese this out. And let's get some stripes in here just so it's sort of telling a story. That is not clay tubes. But you and our stripes will be a little bit off there. Stripes should be the same size. I'm not that adventurous. I was thinking I could start the panel here and do some stars.
Mm.
Hold on, we'll give it a shot. We'll look at it. So right, we have stars. And then this is coming over it. But that leaves this area back here. For append a star. Oh, that's totally the wrong star. The ZBrush star has 6 points, doesn't it? I got this. Cone. we need 10. Cone. Where's my, there it is. I need 10. 10, 10, not 11, 10, oh, not 9, 10. There we go. And we're going to take every other one. Wait, oh, we need 0 there. We're going to take every other one of these. W. Look at that, a star. Nope, that's okay. Delete lower. Mm-hmm. Come on now. Oh, you know, we need to do this to make this much easier. Let's get this flush to a direction. And we will... should have done this before I dynameshed it. I didn't dynamesh it, did it? I just divided it.
Right.
But why is it saying I don't have lower subdivision levels?
Did you just undo them all the way?
Hold on. It's just going to be much easier if I do it here. All right, everybody stop that. ZModeler. Nope, not you, not you, not you, not you. You. Hold on. That just acted really funny. We're going to quick save this.
Good call.
There we go. Get a little bit of thickness there, and then that way I don't have to match it perfectly to the surface. Now, the stars point up on the flag. How many rows of stars are there? And they jog on the edges, if I'm not mistaken. I can never remember this stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think I have too many stripes, but shh, no one's gonna know. 1. 2. 3. And we're gonna say, uh-oh, 4. That one's gonna go under that wrinkle. And then we're gonna squeak 1 right. You'd probably be able to, no. Nope. That's all we're gonna get in. And now we are going to divide these just a little, and we are going to grab matchmaker, drag that down. Wow, what just happened there? Is something still masked? Problem is that's probably going through the other side. Let's get these off the surface a little, and then I'll wedge them back in. Matchmaker, shaloop, 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 shaloop. Whoa, 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 whoa. I'm being sloppy. That's my problem there. Womp. Did I just do that twice? There, yeah, okay. You want to do it at 90 degrees and make sure you go past the tips, otherwise it gets super weird. See how those tips are going off the edge there? So if I go like this, whoa, it stretches it beyond the edge. That's how you get weird things, is you're not doing it 90 degrees to the surface and you've gone over the surface. So here we're just going to do that. And now everybody's relatively matched to their surface, so we can come in here. And since I did them all at different times, they are all at different heights and stuff. That's okay. So come in and just get it to where it's sinking in to the surface. And see, now the stars are going with the surface, so it looks like they're on the surface. It's like magic.
Wow.
Wow. Have you made a video about this one yet, Eric? About how to put flags on fabric and make it look like fabric? He's like, I hate you.
An incredibly specific example, but matchmaker, maybe.
We use this in jewelry all the time. I don't know what you're talking about. Boop, ba-doop, ba-doop. All right. And now let's come here and make this go. Stop that. Come here, and that goes over our little star there. So for anyone who's now going to yell at me and defend Eric, the only reason I'm snarky about Eric is that he makes videos so fast it humiliates me horribly. So I can make fun of him. Ask Henry, it's quite embarrassing. Oh, my back. Merge down. I like how they say that's not an undoable situation. It's true, you can undo it, but you can fix it. All right, we need to rotate this around a little. W, select all. And now tap Abe's head. Nope, I need to reverse that. Reverse that. There we go. Kinda, let's spin this from Abe's neck. There we go. So this is a really good thing to know if you all don't use it enough, is that you can select all and then hold down Control Tab and tap your surfaces. So I wanted everything but Abe's head to rotate, right? So I can tap on it and select it. If it has stripes through it, it's not going to move. It's like masked. But I can come through and tap my surfaces, and I want to tap Abe's head again because I want this to twist some, and then I want everybody to rotate some.
Are you holding Control when you tap or anything, or you just
Control Tab?
Okay.
Or Control Shift. I'm sorry. Control Shift. And see, now I've rotated his body a little forward so that we can see the stars, and hopefully that reads as an American. Well, I don't know if that's actually hopefully. I mean, that's not offensive, right? I mean, it's Abe's love of his nation. And
I'm not sure how that could be construed as offensive, given you can buy like undergarments with an American flag on it.
Okay, good. I just didn't want to wake up and get my house burned down. which where I live could very well happen. Okay, we're getting there. All right. He's just such a coy little fella, isn't he? All right. So now we need a pin star. I hear you. What's up?
I was going to say arrows and wings.
Oh, I forgot about the wings again. Goodness gracious. You can't be doing that. Wings are easy. Wings will go fast. No. And I guess I kind of have to give him at least a couple toes. We could put him in slippers. Little wingy slippers.
You could. You could put arrows in his feet too.
Ooh. What is stigmata of the foot called?
Oh, no, it doesn't matter. I think it's still stigmata, but no.
You're like, that's not what you were thinking about? Oh, my,
his feet.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Man, I have not heard one thing from anyone. What's going on over there? Yeah, but this is a family channel. I'm not supposed to, you know, I don't know if everyone would be stoked if I showed Abe's genitalia.
Abraham Lincoln does not need genitals.
But Babraham Lincoln.
All together.
Oh my God. I can't wait to see other people's stories about love.
If anyone else has come up with even a remotely similar idea, I quit. Because I'm just not at that level.
I don't know. I think this is actually pretty standard holiday stuff. I'm pretty sure. I think we should poll chat again. I think they're going to agree with me on this one.
Eric's working on a Valentine's Day animation.
Ooh.
But I sincerely doubt it includes a Abraham Lincoln.
I don't know. I think it does. Abraham Lincoln. Get it right.
What? How am I saying it?
I thought you said Lincoln.
No, Lincoln.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Oh, now Eric says his is even weirder.
Awesome. Tell me it's bugs. That would make me so happy.
He said you'll see it when you see it. There's
Okay.
nothing else.
Oh man. Is Cupid's bow actually a recurve, or is it just sort of a little double bowie thing here? Like, does it have the actual little recurve on it?
Yeah. I think it's exactly as you've depicted, but I will. Oh, if you type Cupid's bow into Google, you get lips. Apparently, that's what the little arch at the top of the upper lip is called.
Not in any anatomy book I know.
On Google, it is.
Well, don't get me started about Google.
If I had an apostrophe, nope, that changes nothing. Thanks, Google. Yeah. Yeah, flat in the middle, recurved bow, arched on the upper and lower sides with a, what would you call that? A swirly on the top and bottom.
Sure. We need that to be infinite depth Z. Another good tool. Wow. I made his bow fat. No fat bows. Oh. I need to divide that a couple more times. Yep. Mm-hmm. I know what I'll do. I know what I'll do. I know. I got it. Don't worry about it. Don't you worry your little head about it. I got it. Got this one sorted. I know you're concerned.
You told me not to be worried, and instantly I got worried.
See?
Realize I was worried until you told me not to be.
I'm kind of prophetic that way. Chat, anyone, anything? Nothing? Fair enough. I don't know if there really is a lot to say at this point. They're just like, I can't believe he's doing this. I shock and amaze my audiences. I know it. They're like, and why isn't he critiquing? He really had to take out time of his...
Eric says he likes your snake.
My snake.
Yep.
Which one?
The one you just made.
Oh, like my snake. Should I make him Cobra Head Bow?
No, I don't think it fits the theme.
Well, you know.
Maybe head bow.
What?
If there were eagle heads on the ends.
Ooh,
That would fit.
Eagle heads. You're killing it, buddy. I like it. Too much. I turned my infinite depth off. What's going on here? What has happened here? Madness. Madness, I say.
You don't have back face masking on.
Oh, well, I guess that could be part of it. Or maybe you've just mangled this to the point that I got weird. I don't know. I do not have answers. Okay, I don't even know what happened here. I mangled this mesh somehow. Look at that. What is going on? Tragedy. This is tragic. Tragic. I'm glad I decided to make this the good side.
It's all about perspective.
It's forced.
Mm-hmm. Very forced.
How come nothing has backface mask? What have I done to my program? Oh my god. Absurdity. It looks more like a dinosaur head. I guess eagles are sort of dinosaurs, right?
Yeah, some would argue.
Okay. What's the name of the eagle from the Muppets?
Sam.
Of course it is.
Sam the Eagle.
I need Sam the Eagle's profile. Hold on.
Yeah, it's pretty easy. He's basically a cylinder. A cylinder with a beak.
Profile. It's important that we get it right. Oh, there you go. That's it. I love it. All right. There he is. Let's drag this right about here. See through. His head's a little tall, isn't it? Sam, your proportions just aren't quite what I need.
Are you saying that a Muppet isn't realistically proportional?
Well, no, I wasn't even going there. I was just saying that his head's a little tall for what I need. But it's
Maybe
okay.
he's wearing a top hat.
Ooh. So many different depths of symbolism because I'm a symbologist. It makes me crazy. Symbology. Dan Brown has ruined the English language.
I would comment if I had a clue what you were talking about.
Yeah, there weren't symbologists until Dan Brown invented the word, and now it's in the dictionary. It's like, it just makes me a little nutty, but okay, it's fine. All right, so we're gonna do that. Right, so we got that there. This is the top. And your eyes right there, huh? Now, people didn't watch this. They're not going to have any friggin' clue what this is. No, other direction.
I think everything you're doing here tonight is going to mean absolutely nothing to everyone outside of this stream.
What are you talking about? This is such universal design language. Come on, chat. Defend me on this one.
Will not.
Eagles really hate moths. That's awesome. Wow, not one person stood up for me, did they? That's really rough. I see how chat is. I see how you guys are. I'm here for you all the time. All the time. And this is what I get in return.
I'm here for you.
What's
Literally, figuratively, I'm here for you.
Well, that's very true, actually.
I prefer that this is just a ridiculous thing.
What? This is so Thanksgiving. I mean,
I don't even know.
I mean Valentine's Day.
You made up the plot and then lost it.
I don't even know. I don't know what holiday it is. Okay. No, I'm pretty sure. This is solid. Totally, completely, absolutely, and utterly solid. Eric will stand up for me, I'm pretty sure.
He has yet to do so, but Deadpool sort of did.
Did he? Awesome. See?
He said it's going to be like one of those pictures that you look at and try to find all the different objects hidden inside of it.
Exactly.
I don't know what that has to do with Valentine's Day, but...
What? That's what people have to do to find love. Cross their eyes and stare at that cloud until something they pretend is there comes through. Isn't that?
Now, yep. Eric is going to bed.
Good night, my brother. Talk to you on the morrow. Okay. We'll give him the big pupil. This is really a bad Sam, by the way. This is... I know a handful of my friends that would ridicule me horribly for this being Sam, but it's a stylized Sam. He can't be realistic or I'll get sued. That's my story. I'm sticking to it.
Yep.
It's referential.
Non-copyright infringing Sam.
Right. It's inspired by Sam. I don't know how they would have any issues whatsoever about being associated with this, though. I mean, this is the good stuff right here, boy.
I think Sam would be into it.
I agree.
Muppets, I'm less sure, but Sam, he'd be down.
Henson would be down with it. That's all that matters to me. Well, until I get sued, of course, and then, well.
And that starts to matter a bit, yeah.
then, okay, I'll be honest, that might matter a little. But before that, forget it, man.
You did get confirmation from chat that it definitely looks like a baby eagle.
All right, well. So now what I need to do, let's go W. And I'm going to go right in the center there. I'm going to go home. And I'm going to hide this, and this for a moment. And we're going to make sure we're there. And now I am going to mirror and weld Z. No. Delete lower. Mirror and weld Z. There we go. Now he's double-sided Sam. And then we're going to mirror and weld Y. Boop. Ta-da! Look at that. Perfect recurve. And now, where's Baby Mitt? Baby Mitt, Baby Mitt, Baby Mitt, Baby Mitt.
I want my
Baby Mitt, Baby Mitt, Baby Mitt. Ah, look at that. Well, what we have discovered, we need to go back to flush. And now I just need to do one more thing, and that is extender. I need a little bit more. Ooh, I need a little bit more room in there. There we go. Accept. Boop. And now I can bring back Baby Mitt.
How would you change it, extender, for it to say extend one of the sides of the bows instead of just the center?
All you have to do here, let's go to extender, is you can see these things right here. That is showing what direction you want it to go in. So if I go like this, turn it to 0, it'll only go in the direction I drag.
But say, like you wanted just the neck right underneath the Sam's head to be longer, but not the center of the bow.
It doesn't really do that.
Okay, it only goes from the middle.
Well, okay. Now, hold on. Now, see, the problem is that that's a curve, right? So I can take this here and drag it out, but it's not going to go along with the curve. Extender is a straight tool.
Sure.
Is that what you're asking, though? It's like,
Yeah.
Okay.
Riz wants to know if isn't it easier to just mask and move?
You mean instead of using extender? Yeah, except with extender, I can control the geometry in it. So like, you know, mask and move, you're going to stretch that out and it's going to be one polygon. Where, oh, you all can't see my hands. And but with extender, I can choose to add a lot more geometry. Here, let's go back to extender. Extender. We're going to stretch here. And I'm going to take, well, no, I can't take lines away. And I'm going to stretch this out. And now, do you see that? Let's turn this on. You see how there's only one line crossing there, right? That's all just one polygon up. And this has a lot of mesh in it, so this is kind of hard to see. But if I drag this out, you'll see that it's changing. Oh no, wrong one. That crisps the edge. If you drag this out, is this one? Yeah. Nope, that's taper. Everybody calm down. Calm down. Is it this one? Yeah. I think this puts more geometry in it. Yeah, there we go. See how you can see it dividing up there? So I can get equal division and get it back to match the geometry I've stretched. On this one, it didn't matter because I'm not doing that. But if I want to sculpt on that extension, I can control how much geometry is in there.
Cool.
Why is that not undoing? Oh, because I was doing Control W, not Control Z. I'm like, why is that working? There we go.
You were making a neat light show, though.
Right? Just like I was doing earlier. Wait, hold on. Ready for it? Wait for it. Oh no! See, I was just about to get snarky. Look what happened. Keep your fingers crossed that it saved it. Yeah.
Oh, man. Effing chat.
I blame chat. For not supporting me.
We're supporting you, yeah.
That was a lack of support from chat crash.
Oh, man.
Let's see where we last fell off here. Well, this looks like a recovered ZPR. See, we better pray that the ZPR saved because I was on the wrong tool for it to save the ZTL. Keep your fingers crossed, chat. What? Look at that. Thank you, ZBrush.
Wow. Good stuff, ZBrush.
All right. Okay.
At least now we know the idea or the suggestion of dancing mannequins makes ZBrush crash.
It does. ZBrush is having
doing it.
none of it. They were like, really? You're going to go back to that? Oh, no, you're not. We had a wee bit of a ugly thing go on right here. Can't have that. Wrong direction. Really? Mhm. Mhm. All right. I'm not doing the bottom one. No one's going to look at the upside down one. I'm pretty sure. Okay. And now I need an arrow. Quick save. Because for some reason we're being sketchy right now. So remember to quick save. It's important.
Good call.
Hmm.
Good call.
Pinned. A star. Hmm. All right. What am I doing? Mm-hmm. Camera. Mm. There. Yeah, that's what I want to do. There we go. I love that I couldn't use the internet because of the Super Bowl, but there was no way in the world we ever had the bandwidth to watch it.
Yeah, no way.
What was that at? That was at 0. So what is it? 33? So that would be 90 plus 33. Oh my god, I still don't care. Okay.
120 degrees
Right.
to make 3 of them. 360 divided by 3.
So 120. And then what's the next one?
120 in the opposite direction. Or
Well, it
another
doesn't do
120 from
that.
that one's direction.
Uh-oh, have I just made like 11 of these? Yeah, hold on. It doesn't start from 0. Every time you
It
do
does
it.
start from 0. So 120 plus 120, 240.
Yeah, that wasn't actually very hard, was it? No. No, maybe it did. Oh, I reset it. Right, well. Modeler. Bevel my. Oh, nope, that's not what I want. Bevel. And I want bevel. Move elastic. We are on the Z axis. Move that infinite Z. No. I just want move on the infinite Z. Symmetry local. Split masked. One sec. I gotta bend over and crack my back. My back's killing me.
It might be a good time for bathroom hydration. It's almost 1.
That was helpful. Sorry y'all had to experience that, but had happened.
It might be a good time for a bathroom and hydration break if you haven't had one. It's almost 1.
I didn't move enough for my body to register that I need to use the restroom, so we'll let that ride until it's a necessity. I can kind of put my body into a trance to think it's all okay until I move, and then it can really be a race. It's like, oh. All right, so let us go X and Z. No point in having an arrow that doesn't have a blade, right?
Makes sense.
Just saying. Okay. Mm-hmm. All right. Come back to you. Split hidden. I think you guys divide it up a little. Turn symmetry off, because gosh only knows what that's going to do to us. Nope, wrong. Wrong one. We're getting there, chat. Okay. I know that this is as exciting for you as it is for me. Has chat really just been quiet, Henry? Yeah. No one's talking. They're in awe. It's just sheer amazement. Even so much so that we lost Henry. He actually was probably saying that because he needed a potty break. I see how it is. All right. So now, merge down. Merge down. Ooh.
I'm back. Hopefully you didn't notice I was gone.
I did. I totally busted you.
Dang it.
I was like saying, wow, chat's being really quiet. And then I was like, then I said something to you with it. I was like, oh, I see. Why he wanted to go to a potty break is because he had to have a potty break.
It's very true.
I see how
Try
it
to
is.
I told Chad to tell you I quit. Thank you, Deadpool.
Oh, I missed that. Well, to be fair, I don't know that I've ever had anyone quit on me because they needed to go to a potty break, but I've had people quit on me before, so it wouldn't be a total shocker. But you're part of such a wonderful thing now. I can't see how you...
I just couldn't walk away from it if I tried.
Right? I mean, who gets to do Abraham Lincoln things? I mean, that's just such a rare, special.
I thought this was ubiquitous.
It's just, does it really get better than this? I mean, I don't know. I think chat should take a vote. So now our arrows need to come at least kind of in his hand. His mitten.
His beautiful mitten.
Hey, the mittens make sense now.
They sure do.
All right. So that's arrows. That's a bow. Our bow kind of needs a bowstring, doesn't it? My recurve is bad.
Yeah, it's not in the firing position, so it's going to be relatively straight.
Yeah, but he's it's hitting the handle. That's my issue. See, it's too close to his hand.
Mm-hmm.
So, what do we do about that?
Turn the bow a little bit
I can.
because the string is perfectly centered on a bow.
Yeah, I just need to. No, see, the bow's hitting the handle. I just need to make.
Bend it.
Hold on. Turn on symmetry. We need. I don't think that's actually. Yeah. Is that Z-axis? Maybe it is. Let's try. What is that? Oh. No.
We have a
Interesting.
question from Tristan. How did you decide on this character? What was your inspiration? I think we all want to know.
Yeah, I had to come up with something that was about love, and I almost said Thanksgiving again. Yeah, so it was. All right, so the streamers every once in a while on ZBrush Live decide to do a theme. Like Halloween, we wound up accidentally just everyone doing pumpkins. And so then we decided that we would do something for this month. Everybody wanted to do a theme. So they were trying to figure out what to do the theme about. And because the other holidays are fairly American holidays, they're not, and we have a lot of international streamers and viewers, they decided that they would do love. And so I was thinking Cupid, and then my demented brain kind of jumped to Abraham Lincoln Cupid, because it's also President's Day, so I thought I'd be clever and I would blend my holidays. And yes, this is my clever blending of holidays. Yeah. So there's it's a little tragic, I know.
I love it. Next question is, why don't you bend the bow more?
Because it's at this really weird angle, and I'm being really lazy and just trying to get it. See, there we go. I just moved it out a little, and that's called being lazy. That's why. There's absolutely
And I wouldn't
nothing.
want to take the eagle heads too far off of looking relatively forward.
Yeah, no, it's just purely laziness. 100%, absolutely, completely and utter laziness is why. Oh, wrong. Whoa, turn that off. But I will rotate the bow so it's not cutting off his fingers, because I'm that kind of nice guy. Actually, you know what? I don't care. I'm going to bend that bowstring just a touch. I know.
I won't tell if you don't.
Chat. I know. Total cheese whiz. But had to happen. Here. I'll even let it touch his hand. Okay. And now I guess I should make a fist so we actually know where to put this thing. Here, I'm going to cheese whiz this out too, because I'm just not in the mood to sculpt feet. Look, he has little shoes on. Look at that. I know you're completely overwhelmed by my problem-solving skills here.
Nike would be lucky to have you.
Right? I mean, everybody wants the Abraham Lincoln special edition Renaissance slipper. Here, I'll totally cheat, and we'll make these heart slippers. Because he can just jam a heart on anything at this point, and it works.
That's Cupid.
Tomas,
Renaissance.
how did you
Love
come up
penny
with heart
loafers.
shoes? I don't know. Brilliant. What was that? Sorry.
Renaissance love penny loafers. For Abraham Lincoln.
Oh, yeah, no. These are totally going to be penny loafers. Because that's funny. did you come up with this idea? Years of mental abuse.
The tragic life of an artist.
Right. Horrible, horrible psychological abuse. Ooh, I don't know if I have enough geometry to do it. We'll come back and clarify. Okay.
Do you have any tips for someone who wants to use ZBrush with a mouse, or has to use ZBrush with a mouse?
Buy a cheap tablet. I mean, the problem with the mouse is that you do not get pressure sensitivity, and that's like so much of what makes ZBrush ZBrush, because, you know, I can start and do something really light and get heavier and get lighter, and that's just such a big part of the program. I'd be real pressed to, I mean, the thing is, if you, I mean, I can't imagine why you couldn't, but if you can't use a tablet, just remember, change your Z intensity a lot, because your mouse is 100% or 0, right? So you can make your Z intensity less, and when you click your mouse, you know, it's not Z intensity 100%. It's, you know, now you're only going to 10, so you can creep up on stuff. So I guess that, I would say, experiment with your Z intensity, because otherwise it's just all or nothing, and that just, it doesn't really, it's not super helpful for, you know, it becomes really hard to do, honestly.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Another question, do you work for Pixologic or with Pixologic, and how do you find yourself here?
Well, I don't work for Pixologic, but Pixologic has been very supportive of me, and because I was one of the first people out there to take ZBrush into manufacturing, as opposed to like, I was the first jewelry model ever made in ZBrush. Everyone thought it was a rendering. But they've been incredibly supportive to me, and very few of the ZBrush live streamers work for ZBrush. There's sort of a ethos of ZBrush or Pixologic that a lot of us really love and appreciate, and that is, it's a very family, like, once you start going to the it's much harder now in the what do you call it, help me here, on the, it's not a forum, what's it called, ZBrush
Streams?
The forum, what's the forum called?
Community? Oh, on their website?
Yeah,
I don't know, I never go to it.
ZBrush Central. Jeez Louise, that was
Central.
painful.
Yeah.
So when I started, there weren't that many people using ZBrush, so you know, you could actually get stuff posted. Now it might as well be like Instagram or something. So many people are participating that, you know, the streams just go by very quick. Where when we first started, 16 years ago, we became a pretty tight community. And now if you're just using the forum or ZBrush Central, that's a much trickier thing to do now. But like, you can come to the ZBrush Summit, which I would suggest everyone come to the summit because it's just a ton of fun. But you know, it's just such a spectacular community, and Ulfer really, I mean, he cares, you know, and so a lot of us do this to help because we love ZBrush. You know, it's not we get to do this so we love ZBrush. It's we do this for ZBrush because we love ZBrush, or we love the Pixologic community and ZBrush. But so much of it has to do with the community is just such a fantastic group of people that, you know, it's nice to give back to you guys and get you guys involved. And, you know, because I've had so many people help me when I was starting and get me started that I just feel like it's kind of our duty to do it for you guys. So I think a lot of the streamers are really here because we love the community and, you know, we feel very supported by the community. And so it just makes it easier for us to come in and spend the time and energy to give you guys our time, you know.
So after saying how hard it is to get on the community, I want you to know that your Augusta wedding ring is on Pixologic.com's homepage.
Oh. Well,
just FYI.
not it's just,
I'm just saying, just to let you know for the fun of it, because I don't think you know that.
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
wow.
It's Eric's rendering of the 3 Augusta wedding rings.
Awesome.
Sort of on top of each other.
No, I just mean on ZBrush Central that it's just, there's so many people participating that, and now it's sort of a picture oriented thing, you know, where when I started, I'm like, my stream, they took it off now because it's not really applicable to the new stream, but I was in the ZBrush top 50 views. I had over 500,000 people view my stream or my thread, and that doesn't happen anymore really because there's so many people involved and there's so many different things going on that, you know, a lot of people don't come back. Like, they're not these in-depth conversations about technique and stuff. And that's where the summit and just finding people, and that's where the live streaming comes in a lot more, where, you know, as opposed to what we used to get out of the forum, a lot of that happens here on the streams. So the ZBrush Live sort of became what the forum, or what the ZBrush Central. Goodness gracious, I'm having a hard time with that tonight. Did that answer that, or does that make sense?
Yeah.
See, now I have a hand. I know where this goes. Mr. Snarky Pants. Now the string's going right through his hand. That's really annoying. I completely blame you, Mr. Snarky Pants. By the way, this is not how you should deal with anatomy. Don't make your anatomy just fit your product because you're too lazy to actually make good anatomy. Do as I say, not as I do.
Yeah, unless you're live streaming,
Yeah,
then you can do whatever you want.
yeah, because it's a race. No, no, no. That's the one I want. Big move. There we go. Yeah, I've mangled this hand. Shh. I don't care. No one's supposed to be looking at his hand anyway. It's Abraham Lincoln. You're supposed to be paying attention to his face, not his hand. Henry, I blame you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, those mittens are fine.
Hey, they have lines now.
No, I'm just kidding. So
Kinda
we have a
looks like-
question. Sorry. What suggestions or thoughts have you seen in the industry lately? And do you know of any upcoming artists, specifically in the jewelry market?
Yeah.
See any trends out there?
Yeah, make ugly crap. You know, it's really hard because a lot of the things that set the trends in the jewelry industry aren't happening right now. Like, you're not getting your Fashion Week stuff. You know, JCK and MJSA aren't happening. So a lot of the actual trend setting thing isn't happening in the industry. What it is just whoever's getting published right now. It's a weird kind of void in a lot of ways, you know, as far as the industry goes. Now, you know, once again, you can have a Twitter celebrity like blow up overnight, and you know, it's just like, oh well, who knew? But yeah, it's really tricky with the official trending. You know, like, they haven't even put out a trend book this year. And you know, without the trade shows, a lot of this just doesn't happen in the jewelry industry. You know, of course, there's the fashion magazines that are going to be quote unquote trending, but that's not really giving you the full perspective of the manufacturing trends. So I'd say that honestly, it's kind of paused. There's not a lot going on. Because once again, you know, as far as industry trending, you know, you have to think too that really the only people buying jewelry right now are exorbitantly wealthy people who are trying to prove that they're not you. So, you know, it's tricky. You know, I think that where the trends are being developed are through, you know, of course, social media. It just takes one of the little celebrities to wear something, and now that will be trending. But that's not really an industry trend. That's a social media trend. And it's a little different. It's not quite, you know, what I would say is, honestly, this is a fantastic time for people to be creative and be free, because you're not stuck to industry trends right now. If you can make something that's compelling, I would say that it's a far easier time to kind of develop your own trend than deal with the industry trends. If that makes any sense. I don't know if that was helpful at all, but it's kind of a tricky question because it's not really happening.
Yep. No runways, no fashion.
At least no sanctified fashion. Man, I don't have any geometry in these mitts. You're right. I blew it on the mittens. I can come back and add geo, but I don't know how completely excited about that I am. Shh, look, no one even notices that that's a mitten. Dun. Oh, wings. Damn it, Jim. Okay. Look at that little baby hand. What is up with that? That's ridiculous. I literally do not have the geometry to make that even a full thumb. That's just like the first joint thumb. Oh, that could be a reason that things are being painful. There's just no geometry there. There's nothing I can do about it right now. Look at that. Look at how that... Look, that's 2 polygons. That's horrible. Horrible! Horrible! His feet have no geometry? Damn. That's just tragic. No, I guess I could go up to full resolution and that might help some. I lost sight of my resolution there. I was wondering why I had no resolution. Come on, tell me I have enough res. I don't. We'll have to wait for that. Okay. But this actually might help my hand some. It's still pretty rough. Henry, did you fall asleep?
Nope. I'm just doing a lot of typing, so I'm staying muted.
What are you typing?
The person who asked about using ZBrush with a mouse.
Mm,
It's because they're new to ZBrush. They're used to using Maya, which is sort of that world Eric comes from,
right.
and they want to give ZBrush a try. So I'm encouraging them to start with Core
The
Mini.
videos.
Yeah, and we've got free tutorials for Core Mini out,
Yeah.
and I posted a link to that. And I mean, use your mouse. Screw it. And if you like it, if it feels like something you think you might be into, get the 30-day trial of proper ZBrush. Get a $10 tablet off of Amazon or wherever you live, their equivalent. If you can spring it, get a $70 Wacom One, and then really give it a try. But
Yeah.
I mean, there's lots of options to sort of get you started. You don't have to dive in full.
Yeah, I thought you were saying there was a reason that you couldn't use a mouse, and I'm like, ugh.
Well, I don't know.
Well, I mean, couldn't use a tablet. Yeah, I mean, if you're just giving it a shot, it's fine. But you'll be frustrated. Like, you'll have a problem getting any kind of subtlety with a mouse if you don't pay attention to your Z intensity. I mean, if you'll notice, like when I'm using clay tubes, I usually have it set at 10 or below. So, don't remember that your brush, the Z intensity really makes a big difference of how the brushes react. And with the mouse, it's very easy to get trapped in the 100% all or nothing, just blah, and that will make your experience less satisfying, I think, because you'll be like, well, why can't I get any of those lines? And it's because you're just blasting out your surfaces.
Yeah. But if it's the first time you've ever opened ZBrush,
Yeah, oh yeah, don't worry
you
about
shouldn't expect to get a good model out anyway. You just want to try it.
it. I did. No, just kidding.
I mean,
That was
I
totally
used
that was a joke.
I used ZBrush Core and a mouse for like 3 months before I really dove all in, and I was getting pretty reasonable models out.
Yeah, when you said that you were using a mouse, I almost died. I was like, what are you
And
doing?
they're pretty good. And I think Cena, who regularly submits crits, also uses a mouse.
That's just crazy talk. I don't even want to hear that.
They're pretty good models.
No, there.
I mean,
No, without a doubt.
if you've got the patience for it, you could do it with a mouse. I wouldn't. I don't want to anymore. It was rough.
Well, and ZBrush is designed to use a tablet. I mean, it is, that's part of its thing. But yeah, I mean, if you're just trying it, yeah, who cares? Do what you can just to futz with it and kind of get there. Oh my God, that's all I'm gonna do. I'm so burnt on it. I don't care about the hand. Oh my God, that hand is so bad. Okay, whatever.
Beautiful.
Doesn't matter. All right, wings. That's what's important right now, right?
Wing.
Cherubut isn't? Okay. I need append a star. Mm. Much nicer. Okay. Mm. Mm. Mm-mm.
We have a question about how to use perspective in ZBrush. And
I don't.
the end of the question is how is the number necessary to use? I don't know of a number associated with perspective.
Are you talking about this perspective, the P button? So now it's in perspective. Is that what you mean?
Mm-hmm.
What number? Clarify what you're chatting about. Maybe I'm not exactly sure.
Focal length.
In perspective? Oh. Are you
Yeah.
talking about under draw, like your camera angles and focal
Yeah.
length here? Is that what you're talking about?
They haven't responded yet, but I think so.
Well, perspective is just a P button. There's no focal length on it, is there? Clarified, and we'd be happy to try to help. I don't really use perspective. I don't like false perspectives when I'm working on stuff. But you also have to remember that I'm not making any of this for rendering, right? I'm not trying to make pretty pictures. I'm trying to make product. So I don't really use some of those visual thingy-mabobs. Yeah, P key is the answer to that if you're just trying to figure out how to turn it on. All right. It's a little big, but that's fine for right now. Divide. And I need to work on the correct side. We're going to hide everybody else. Going to turn you on. Doop, doop. Right. Bum.
Where was that focal length slider?
You mean in focal lengths right here, but that has to do with the camera. Now, if you're trying to change your camera, then that's where you do it. And that changes the focal length of the lens and your field of view. And then you can change your crops. And like these are set to your standard lens. This is right. So you can have an 18 mil, 24 mil, 28, 35, 50, and 85. And so that's where those standard focal lengths are. The preset.
When you turn off perspective, all of those focal lengths do nothing.
I don't know if that's actually true.
I'm finding it true as
right
I'm
now
adjusting them now. Yeah, when I turn on perspective, the focal lengths do quite a bit. It looks
so
different.
Right. So
But if I turn
perspective is tied to because I didn't remember if those were independent or if they were part of the same system. Because, like I said, I never use them, so I don't.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure. There's one person in chat quite insistent that focal length has nothing to do with perspective, and I Just wanted to make sure I knew before I corrected them. It does. Focal length has everything to do with perspective.
Yeah, that was a fairly recent addition. In the last 2 or 3 upgrades. Okay. Mm-hmm. Hmm. 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 Because they put that in so if you're trying to match like a product shot or something, or if you're trying to put something into a real environment or a photographic background, it can tie to the same sort of angle distortion and all of that from the lens thingy. Don't I sound like I really know what I'm talking about there?
No. So we have another question. The total points that you see up in the corner, active points and total points, are they vertices? And
Yeah.
how does that affect the system specs that you should be getting for a computer?
Get as much RAM and as much single. I mean, I've got a multi, like I ordered a multi CPU system, but what you really want is the fastest CPU you can get and as much RAM as you can get. That's how it affects it.
Yeah. And your GPU doesn't matter at all.
Nope, it doesn't
in
use
ZBrush.
GPU at all.
Couldn't care less. So what you want to think about is the size of the model or the number of points you want to have determines how much RAM you should get. So if you want to have 30 million poly models, make sure you have at a very minimum 16 gigs of RAM.
Well, I'd say
more if you can
32.
afford it.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
if you want to use big like in the above 12 million polys, you want at least 32 gigs of RAM. Otherwise, you're going to chug and chug and chug. But I mean, right now I'm working on 16 gigs of RAM. I mean, this machine has 16 gigs of RAM. And for the RAM heavy functions, it chugs. I mean, it or crashes. I mean, I've crashed a few times because we had it chugging and it ate itself. But
and those functions, the things that take time to do, like projection, decimation, that's where your CPU core clock speeds
make
really
a
come
big
into
difference.
play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now the thing to remember, though, is it's not necessarily that it won't do it. It just might take 2 hours, right? If that makes any sense. It's not like you can have 16 gigs of RAM and I could, let's say decimate, a 60 million poly model. Now, it might die, but it also very well might work through, but you're going to think it died because it will take forever. So, it really is just a balance of what you need. Like everyone laughs at me and they say that I just buy these expensive computers because I just like to have an expensive computer. But we really tried my machine out against other machines that we purchased that were, half the price. And for me, since I get paid, by the hour, well, that's not really, I have day rates now, but it's based on being paid by the hour. And that is, the thing is that if something takes me, 4 minutes to do this for the process to go, as opposed to 20 minutes throughout a day, I'm saving a lot of money. And if you're just, and I don't mean this to sound like odd, but if you're just a hobbyist, you can sit around and wait for it to happen, right? You're not losing money. You know, you're not losing 3 hours a day to processing. So in that case, you know, honestly, just get as much as you can afford and ride with it and go, you know. But if your time is money, getting a more bruiser machine definitely saves you.
Now, here's the kind of question we don't get a lot.
Bananas.
Tomas, what is the best thing to remove scratches from titanium and to polish it?
Well, so they do make like aggregate polishes, so polishes that have like 8,000 grit in it, you know, so you can polish it out. And it's a specific titanium polish. We just use, see, it's tricky because, you know, titanium's really hard, but you can, I mean, like if you get, I'm trying to think of what we did those knives with. I think we just used the Fordham and some of the 3M wheels and the silicone wheels.
Yeah.
But, I would look, you know, I would look because they make like specific titanium buff polish. It has like I want to say it's like a 3,000 or a 6,000 grit. I mean, it's super tiny grit, but it's like a paste. I'm trying to think of what it's called. Did you find anything there?
I'm on Rio Grande's website looking through their polishing compounds to see if any of them mention a titanium.
Probably not. You know, you're really starting to deal with aerospace stuff. You know who you could call? There's a company called Spector or Spectori, S-P-E-C-T-O-R-E, in Florida. They cast titanium. You might want to just call and ask them. They're very nice people. Adam.
I found a specific recommendation for titanium called Flitz, F-L-I-T-Z, titanium cream polish. Oh,
Yeah, see, it's a cream.
Same. Metal's metal.
Because I know that we had used a paste with the leather buffs or the leather wheels. Chat, we're getting close. Come on, Benders. You can work. So we did find an answer for the titanium stuff?
I gave them a link to a design studio that has a page dedicated to titanium ring care and cleaning. And it's got some good information on it. Not a ton of information, but you know, it's the one that recommended flits specifically. Yeah, and I would say if you need more information, Tony probably has it. If you want to join our Discord, we could ask him.
Yeah.
I'd say that's probably a situation he's had to deal with.
I mean, there are a handful of people. If you have a heart, if you can't find an answer, come back, because I definitely know people who do it, so I can get a real answer for you if you can't find anything from those people. But you know, they're selling the stuff, so I can only imagine that they have an idea. I can only imagine that's the case. Yeah. That's really helping, honestly. We're going to do this differently. That's drawing on the surface, and it makes it chattery, and it looks horrible. Horrible. But what we will do is, on the bottom side, we're going to give it, close enough to spit on. So now we need to take our wing. dynamic movement. Make it smaller. See, if I was thinking that arm would be a lot lower because it kind of hides our wings, but we will do this and make it tinier.
They'll just look at the other wing. It's fine.
Boop.
As long as they don't look at it from the back.
Yeah, this is definitely a lower mirror. I think we're pretty darn close.
Does the left wing, yeah.
Does the what?
I wanted to know how much it collided with that cloth in the back. Not that it matters.
You mean actually? Yeah.
Yeah.
They're all in the wrong place. Who knows? I'm just putting those wings back there. I don't care where this poor rascal. I don't like it hitting his jawline. Yeah, I don't know.
Magnificent. Quick save.
Good point. Best. Actually, let's put it on that one. Pretty darn special, especially those really horrible hands. God, that hand is so bad. I really want to redo it, but
They're perfect.
I don't have it in me.
They're absolutely perfect.
I will send this model. Hold on. Let's do this real quick. I know how I can do that. Merge visible. No, turn BPR off. No, stop that. Turn that off. There we go. God, that hand's so bad. It really makes me nuts. Okay. As I say, I can really cheat here, except because I think they have a mannequin hand. But the problem is those are all ZPRs. They're not ZTLs, so it would wipe everything out.
Yep. Don't do it.
I could dynamesh it and then go back and work on the hand. See, this hand's okay. That hand's abysmal. Here, you know what we're going to do? You're going to like this. Split the similar parts. You know what I'm going to do?
No,
Really?
I don't yet.
Wow, that's a lot of weird. What are these? Oh, no. This is just crap from that hole. See all
Yeah,
this
from the
weird.
cloth. Mhm.
All right. We can delete that. Hold on, let's do this. Turn everybody off. What's that? Oh, those are the flights. No, other flights. Okay. Never mind. We don't want to delete those. Merge down. Those should all be the same. That's really annoying. Merge down. Are those the arrowheads? Yeah. Merge down. What's that? Oh, bowstring. This is what I'm looking for. Duplicate. Delete hidden. Close holes. Mirror. Boop. All right.
Oh, you're giving him a transplant.
Transplant. Because that's abysmal. And my geometry is just so bad. Wow, look at how bad. Just.
They're quite a different size, huh?
I know. I just couldn't deal with that. I couldn't get the fingers to wrap around. It's like he's wearing a boxing glove on this side. Jesus Christ. I can't even look at that. It's tragic. I can't see it. No. I just can't do it. No. Wrong one. We need our arrows. Where are our arrows? Turn on our arrows. There are arrows. So we need that to rotate this way, rotate this way. Not saying this is a great hand, but goodness gracious, it's much better than that other thing. Arrows are actually going through its hand. I just don't care. I can't care. I don't care. Shh. No one cares. I'm pretty sure no one cares. See, I'm not hearing anyone saying they care.
Nope. We're into it.
I'm like, what is that? It's still that damn hand causing me grief. I'm like, what is that? Go away. Ooh. Look, now it's a wrist. Boop. And let us
Okay, chat cares. Hopefully not enough for you to actually change anything, so I'm hesitant to tell you this, but everyone's screaming, we care, we care.
What is it now? Oh, you're telling me that they care?
They care.
Bastards.
We're just going to call that moral support, though.
Okay.
Do not resculpt that hand.
Oh, not a chance in hell I'm resculpting this hand. This is all you get. I don't care how much you care. I got it roughly the same size and it kind of looks like a hand. All right, that's as far, the arrows are like going through his hand and all kinds of stuff. Don't care. Don't care. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Where are you? There you are. Come on, get back there. There. At least now it looks like it's sort of in his hand. Shh. Goodness gracious, that was painful. Look at this. Ow. What's going on? Sculptress Pro. I don't care. I'm Sculptress Pro in it. You're out. I care not. Are you kidding me? Stop it. Yes, I know that's happening. You. Sculptress Pro. Go away. Go away with you. It's only from one view. No one cares.
It's all about perspective.
Literally?
Yeah.
All right. But is that perspective with focal length?
Don't start that again.
Oh, no. Sculptress Pro needs to go away now. Damn it. All right, fine. Perfect. Thing of beauty. Wonder to behold. All right. Wow. Awesome sauce. Just pure magic.
Urgent.
Okay. Is that done? Did I forget anything?
It's adorable.
What's that?
It's adorable.
Oh, goodness gracious. Hold on. I need to merge everything down in the Dynamesh. Oh, I'm not going to try to Dynamesh a 24 million poly thing on this computer.
I want a version of it before it all becomes a single mesh.
But you're going to pose them in funny poses?
I'm not going to pose him. I am going to try and 3D print it though.
Why don't you want it as a mesh?
Because I need to fix things like the wings. I'm going to straighten out the.
Oh, I guess that's true. There are just a lot of things that are floating around, aren't there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just make sure the mesh is really 3D printable.
Yeah. Actually, we definitely got to give it to Eric so we have a rendered version of it. Okay, so I need to save as boop. I know, we're going to put this on desktop. And it is Abraham no, missing some letters there. Wing. O-L-N. Winkle? I guess that should just be winking, huh? Abraham Winkin?
Yep.
Would that be an E-N or an I-N?
I just did an apostrophe N, so I guess I-N.
Abraham Winkin. You want the ZTL. Yes. ZTL. Save. So look at that. We have a mighty fine pile of weirdness. Oh, I know I don't have one on this machine. I was going to say I needed to get a little Lincoln model so I could put... So make sure to download a nickel model and put a real nickel in his in his penny loafers because that's important.
Okay.
I was going to do that, but all right. Okay, kind and gentle folk. That's Abraham Lincoln. It's so stupid. Oh my god. I never fail at making dumb stuff on this. Yeah.
Good.
Put best. BPR. Look at that. Just killing it. That is one snazzy, snarky Abraham.
Hopefully this is the thumbnail.
Yeah. No, I have high hopes for Eric. Now the question is, do I need to come in and hand paint it? So Eric has
I don't know how he'll try to render it, but I assume he'll use Octane or something like that, and he has tools for coloring it.
yeah, you
He
think?
has all those crazy bugs and stuff.
Yeah, I know. I'm like just thinking about, gosh, I wonder if I'll have to color it for him.
He's not doing that painting in ZBrush, is he? He totally might be.
I don't know.
He totally might be.
Hold on, let's see if we can. Let's do this real quick. This could be really humorous. Where are they? What are they called? Oh, render sets now. They keep changing what those are called. Let's see what Abraham Lincoln looks like as a sketch. Oh, you have to turn. You have to re-render it. You can do it. No? What am I doing wrong? I thought I just... Oh, best is on. That's not supposed to be best, I don't think. Okay, hold on. Let's move it. BPR is turned on. See, I played a lot with this when it first came out. I'm really fond of this. Of the non-photorealistic... I thought you just clicked on the friggin' thing. What am I...
Yeah, I thought so too. I always just use Keyshot though. I haven't played with it very much.
Well, this is great because you could turn this into a t-shirt or something, you know, because it Okay, first of all, I think this needs to be white. Basic material. There we go. And now let's do that. I think that it should just change the environment if I'm not completely off my... Is BPR on? Oh, you have to hit BPR again to re-render if I'm not mistaken. There you go.
Magnificent.
Come on, you could do it.
All right, you get t-shirts ready. I'll start making bobbleheads. They'll be up on the website next week.
I'm telling you. See, I have a future in toy design, man.
Yeah.
I got this knocked out of the park. No one expects Abraham Lincoln.
It's so true.
What's that look like? Ooh, that's all bumpy and lumpy. Let's see. Too much wiggle. I'm not looking for that much wiggle. I know I can go in and adjust it on my own, but no, that was that one. But it's so much easier just to use the presets right now. And hand coloring it actually makes it much more compelling, but What's that one? That one's not bad. Oh well. So everybody, well, I'll see you before the 14th, won't I? I guess maybe I should have done this next week, huh? Am I a week early?
Are you? Let's see. No, you're right on schedule because Monday is the 15th.
Oh, okay. So yeah. I can say everybody should have a happy...
It's too late for Abraham Lincoln next week.
Yeah, that would be too late. Can have none of that. Because Babe is known for his promptness, you know. I think I heard he was pretty on time about things. You didn't. Now I'm going to sit here and futz with this until we find one that actually looks okay. No, that one's not horrible. That's just a plain, nice shaded white render. But let's do... well, let's try you. Yeah, this is the one he made for his little the guy who had the I can't even form sentences. It's pathetic. My poor brain is just not giving it to me.
Yep, that's the one he made.
No, in beta he made this beautiful he's sort of like a Oni or a demon. You know, that armor on, and he has those like little fangy things, and his render is just pure sex. All right, that's all I got. There you go, Kiddlywinks. You have yourself a very special Thanksgiving. No.
Nope. Take two. Action.
I know. I did that one on purpose. Valentine's Day, I know. And President's Day. So it's President's Day. Valentine's Day?
Abraham Lincoln Day, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, it's Abraham Lincoln Day. Should I do... Wait. Are you ready? Hold on. Wait, we have one more. It's not done yet. No. I didn't even think about this.
You got 14 minutes before I log out.
Okay. It's not going to take that long at all. New text. No, come on. Abraham. Now, what font do we like? Come on. We need a better font than that. Let's go. Okay, I'm not going to get picky about fonts. And what do we decide it was?
I-N.
K-I-N. All right. So now... Come on, you. Oh no, we need a little twist on those. from? Nope. I wanted that bend. Okay, hold on. I want it coming out more. There we go. I know you're excited about this as I am. I hear it.
Thrilled.
Why didn't it give me- I guess it would have been better if I just made them one full circle. It'll be great. Now we need to take...
I'm slowly losing confidence.
Huh?
I'm slowly losing confidence.
What? Losing confidence? That's horrible. Why would you? Alright, so now hopefully this will do what I want it to do. BPR. Oh no. Come on, drop back there and make it darker. See, I need fatter letters. Oh well.
Nope, I'm sold. Print it, ship it.
Well, there you go, kids. Abraham Lincoln. And next year, or next week, we'll go back to me harassing you about your art. Oh my God. Absurdity. At its finest. Yeah, now I've thrown the gauntlet down. I can't wait to see what everyone else does. I don't think they were prepared, huh?
I don't think anyone was prepared.
It's pretty darn close to what I saw in my head when I said I'm going to make a Abraham Lincoln Cupid, honestly.
If ever I wake up and something like that is in my head, I'm going straight to the doctor. So I urge you, take your medicine and get checked out.
You mean when I said Abraham Cupid, Abraham Lincoln Cupid, that's not what you saw?
No.
Really? I'm pretty dead on to what I had in my mind, honestly.
Yeah.
I'll have to admit, Sam the Eagle bow I didn't have that in my mind. I just saw the little hook, and then we thought about eagle heads, and then I was like, oh, you can't have anything an eagle head without a Muppet head. I mean, Sam the Eagle belongs in this piece. Yeah, I see it. Oh, did I ever save this, or did I change everything?
You did. You saved it.
Okay, so
I don't know where you saved it to. I think documents.
desktop. I just saved it to desktop. I'll drop it into
yeah, after the stream.
into Dropbox. Yeah. And yes, you know this is getting printed without a question. We'll have to work on the flag in the back a little. Okay, and the wings. And maybe attach the hand. And some of those things, but...
Yeah. All right. Say goodbye.
Goodbye. All right. Thanks, everyone. And thank you for joining me. I'm sorry you had to put up with my absurdity. And next week, we'll go back to crits because it seems like that's popular and you guys like it. And thanks, Pixologic. I know that this is exactly what you expected from me when you said love. And yeah, that's all I got. My brain's sort of frying.
Sounds good.
All right. Now I have to figure out how to turn this off, which by now I should have a pretty good idea. Boop. All right. Thanks a lot, guys. I'll see you next week. Have a great weekend. Be safe.